my side. I could be wrong. Let me check some of the other
Wow.
scores.
I have massive news.
What's that?
As it currently stands, Sens has a dead memory channel. And I don't know, I mean, if it's the board, that's just time wasted. But if it's the CPU,
Wow.
he may literally be out of the comp. I don't know what the situation is with him in terms of bringing a spare CPU. A lot of people don't. I would say most competitors bring a spare board, and certainly if you're really in a bind, the judges may give you a spare board. But CPU wise, I mean, even if you have a spare, it's not going to have as good of an IMC. So let's focus on the video.
Gosh.
This could be the end of the road for our reigning champion.
That stinks. That's like having a mechanical DNF in a race, like having your engine or gearbox break down, or a suspension failure. That's rough. But look, it happens to the best of them, and if that happens, that certainly opens the door in the finals for somebody else. I'm not hoping that for Sens. I would much rather see a strong showing from him. And I'm not saying this because I don't like Sens. I'm saying this because for interest purposes, I would rather not see him make it to the finals, but I don't want him to go out this way. This is not how I would want to see it. I do want to see some new faces in the finals. I would be perfectly content with him making it there as well. But going out this way is not what you want to see. Let's see here.
I love how I have people asking me for the stream link. I'm like, just Google it, mate. Like, you literally just go like Elmore Labs YouTube, click on the first result, then click live. Anyway, people are lazy, I guess.
Let's see here. They put it up. That still keeps Black Dot in third, but he still has a bench to sub, whereas Spokey and Biso have both subbed all of the benches. So he is not far behind Spokey. He's what would that be? 29 points behind Spokey. So even if he gets dead last in, what is that, Pi Prime, that's going to push him up into second place as it stands. So
there's
not looking good for Spokey.
Surgeman and Alex in front of the stage, along with our old friend Paul, and also Slams taking a drink at the same time as Matt. So Serge attempted a greeting to Sens, and Sens was very dismissive. I think he's steaming right now. Let's take a look at the
there are a number of reasons you could have a dead
stage.
memory channel.
Yeah, and there's some recoverable ones and some non-recoverable ones, right? So you may just be okay with cleaning your socket or cleaning the contacts on the underside of your CPU, or cleaning your slots, or drying your board. Those are the kind of recoverable ones. But if it's an actual permanent dead channel on the board, you need to swap boards. If it's a dead channel on the IMC, you need to swap CPUs, and there's no way around that.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. Hopefully it's not the CPU, but we shall see. I've had experience with this modern stuff where the PCI Express lanes died on my CPU for Raptor Lake, but I've not seen memory channels die on my CPUs for Raptor Lake. But this is obviously a new architecture, so it might be a little bit more sensitive. New motherboard socket, so we will have to see what happens. Fingers crossed that he gets it back up and running, but this is not how you want to start your second session.
And we have Exaberries also on the world record stage, also sporting the Gigabyte Blue. Love to see it. I hope this, is it my imagination, or is this the biggest vendor team we've seen so far? It's a lot of blue on the feed there. This is like 5 people minimum.
Yeah, I think it might be it at least matches the current record holder for teams, but I don't know if it's bigger than Asus was. They had quite a few people come in and out, but this one stands out more because they're wearing the blue. So,
all right,
should be interesting.
Steady looking down. Sen's in the middle of his remount. I'm hesitant to go to anyone's rig because I feel like this is the biggest story so far. Is Sen's going to get up and running? Because I don't want to predict bad things for people, but as it currently stands, he does not have enough scores to qualify for the final. That is pretty much dead certain. So he needs to find a way to get up and running again. I don't know what that fix is because I don't know what the problem is, but it's going to be cleaning your board, cleaning your slots, swapping boards, swapping memory. That is actually also a possibility I just thought of, is maybe he has a dead stick, which is kind of one of the easier things to fix because you are supplied with 4 sticks. So that should be no dramas. But considering how long he's been working on it, I feel like he's already tried the other sticks and is now onto the whole thing of, is it the board or the CPU?
Yeah, so the next step, assuming you don't have any dead sticks, I would say the next step is going to be testing the slots on the board. Now, I would assume he's already done that by swapping known good sticks from one slot to the other. And then what you'll do is you'll swap CPUs to see if the problem follows the CPU or if this problem follows the motherboard. At that point, you've diagnosed the problem. Hopefully, I don't know if he's got spare CPUs. I would assume he's got at least one. I can't imagine you would show up here with just one CPU unless you're on a really tight budget. It could be. I don't know. I hope it's the CPU for him because I don't know about the availability.
No, I hope it's the board. It's like, okay, there is such a thing as binning boards, but like if you swap an Apex for an Apex, you may have to flash a BIOS or something, but then you're up and running. If it's a CPU, at the very, very, very least, that means you've just killed your best IMC. You don't, and in a clock limited comp like this, you don't want that to happen. I think dead channel on a board is a much better scenario than a dead channel on a CPU, but we don't know yet. We just don't know yet. Didn't reset
Carter
BIOS.
points out he could have had a profile loaded. Yeah, a profile loaded that limits him to one memory channel and just forgot to reset it. Let's hope it's not a dumb mistake like that, which...
I mean, last year he didn't know how to enable HPT, so I wouldn't rule anything out.
Yeah,
no, but
well.
on DD5 there is a difference between one channel and one stick because you have so-called quad channels. So assuming he was able to get into OS, he would be able to tell the difference between a validation profile and a single stick because it actually shows up as one 32-bit channel in CPU-Z in the memory tab if you have your validation profile loaded, whereas it would show up as 2 channels. The capacity would be the same, display capacity, let's say, but the channels do line up with whatever we have enabled BIOS. HPT Gate 2026, nice.
Hey, I'll be right back.
So we have Slams visiting. Let's go over to the world record stage because there's more happening there. Look at all that condensation. Is that someone's doing a duocopter there with 2 fans on the pod? That's pretty adventurous. So we also see a little bit of a glimpse of the board in the back there. That doesn't look like a Tachyon BIOS. Is that a setting? Like the Tachyon Ice BIOSes are always white. That's a different Gigabyte BIOS. Are they running like a non-Tachyon board? That would really surprise me because the Tachyon is obviously the best benching board. You can change it, but why would you? The white Ice BIOS is cool. Yeah, right. What is... Black Dot up to? It feels like he's the only person who's running anything. Still on 7-zip. That's a lot of time. I guess it's only 22 minutes so far he spent on 7-zip. That's okay. Huh.
Black Dot going for a rerun. Come on, baby.
That's decent,
Oh
but
my
probably
goodness.
not an improvement.
That's a gold. I think that's a gold.
Is it?
7-zip. 10.9. Yep, 271. BSO was 10.9253. Holy cow.
Just
So he just
about.
took one of BSO's number 1 spots. It's not going to bump BSO down. He's so far ahead right now, but that's 3 golds for Black Dot at this point. That's crazy.
Wow. I mean, it's starting to feel like BSO, Black Dot, and third is the lineup for the final.
Yeah, it's starting to... Man, he's just crushing it. I like to see it. He had a rough time last year, coming back strong this year. Pretty cool stuff. Wow.
Sebi, I guess. That might be our 3-continent lineup. BSO, Black Dot, and Sebi. I'm down with that.
Yeah, that would be a good lineup for sure. So, we're just gonna have to wait and see. We got another 6 hours plus before this whole thing ends today, whatever it is. And so we got plenty of work left to do, and let's not entirely count out.
Oh, I didn't think phones were allowed on the stage. Call the judges. Sen's just got his. I mean, there is a judge right there, so.
Let me check my settings because we're having that clipping issue. I don't know why it would have changed my sharing settings again, but maybe it has. Let's see here, view video settings.
Yeah, that doesn't relax. Yeah, there's not much going on with Day, so I am taking the opportunity to zoom into the center of the stage. I mean, he's applying Sens is applying thermal paste, so he's kind of nowhere near getting his rig running, from what I can tell.
Yeah, he's not having a good time, that's for sure. Black Dot's over there cooking. Day, I haven't seen anything from him yet. Hopefully he's not. That doesn't look like a happy face from Day, but
Sloppy loud, but I'm not sure it helps.
Come on, Day, let's get some scores up. I want to see you cook. That would be really good.
Does he have? That is so smart. I'm glad I zoomed in because Day I think has earbuds in to deafen the noise of the crowd and the DJ and all that. That is actually a big brain move. If I'm never going to be in this comp, but if I ever were, I would certainly copy that. That's really smart.
Or maybe he's got earbuds in so he can listen to the stream while he's competing, so he can have an idea of what he's up against.
I mean, that's not allowed, but if you can get away with it, I suppose why not?
Yeah, what's
we
the
have no one
saying?
in
If
OS.
you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Not that I'm condoning cheating, but the old saying goes, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So.
I mean, he is nowhere near getting his rig up and running. And you know what? In this kind of comp, setup time is higher because if you're swapping your CPU or you're swapping your board, you're essentially having to remount, 2 pots because you need the memory to hold. So you have a lot of thermal interfaces there. Um, the sticks, the DDR5 sticks are single-sided, right? So at least you don't have to apply thermal paste on both sides. So you have the, what is it, eight ICs per side. So you have 16 little bits of thermal paste to apply onto. And then you've got to screw on or attach somehow the spreaders. Then you've got another thermal interface between each stick and the pot. So we're already up to 18 paste jobs that you're applying. And you've also got to do the CPU. So you have to redo. I mean, maybe you can get away with just pulling the sticks and letting them dry and not redoing the spreaders. But if you want to do a good job, like the same job you did previously for the previous mount, you have 19 thermal interfaces to reapply. It's not like this is hard to do standing up on a stage that's really loud. Like that's, yeah, it's not trivial at all. And
he's under a lot of pressure for sure.
We can't tell how far along he is, but all I can sort of glean is he's still applying thermal paste to something, to a stick or a CPU or whatever.
Yeah, I this is not something you want to see for anyone. It's gonna be heartbreaking for him. I mean, he's got 2 world championships under his belt, so it's not like he's always got that going for him. And if he doesn't come back and win it this year, I'm sure he'll be in the finals next year. He's definitely a strong competitor, so it just stinks when you put all this effort to travel across the world to compete, and especially when you're a reigning champion, the expectation is that very high that you're going to do well. So I definitely understand how frustrating it is, but he's got 2 world championships. Wouldn't be the end of the world if somebody else took one for a change.
Not as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know how I feel about spectators getting involved like this. Like it's an individual competition, and it goes both ways. I think if I were the competitor, I would tell them to go away. But also, if they're providing actual sort of helpful advice, I feel like that is kind of on the verge to being not okay. I mean, standing there and just watching, I think is fine, but they're having a full-on discussion with him, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, that's a distraction or help. Neither of which should be acceptable. If I were a judge, I'd be like, hey, don't mind you getting up close, but do not distract the competitors. That's not allowed.
Let's check in on Black Dot, who's the only one benching. So, I mean, he's cruising, right? Like, if he's seeing 2 guys next to him struggling hard, and he was already in good position at the start of the session, so he's just moved on to Pi Prime. He's probably going to knock out like a 1st or 2nd place, you know.
Low effort scores and just casually take a gold. I mean, that's basically what he did for 7-zip. And then he can focus on 32M, which he's not in a bad spot for 32M. Obviously, Biso put up a killer score at 4 minutes, 32 seconds, and 500 milliseconds effectively, being almost a half a second ahead of the next closest person. But Black Dot is at 4 minutes, 33 seconds and 9 milliseconds. So he's only got to gain, let me look at this. He's got to gain less than 100 milliseconds to take second from Sens. And then he's got the big uphill climb to Biso. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, fascinating stuff that things are starting to sort of look cemented into place in terms of black screen.
Oh, it was on the last loop too.
But he's laughing. He knows he can afford that. He turned around and just gave a big smile. How should I say? I mean, nothing's set in stone, but I'm actually quite surprised that at this point in time we can confidently say we already know 2 of our 3 finalists. Because, yeah, with Sens on Struggle Street, that really opens up a lot of opportunities for other people. I have absolutely no clue who would be the third. If we're just gonna talk hypotheticals for a second and say Black Dot keeps cruising, Bezos scores hold up, those 2 are finalists. Now, who are we picking between for the third spot? If it's not Sens, not Hansky, not Spokey, not Day, let's say. Just to throw a hypothetical out there, we've got Serge, Demon, Sebi. If that is the scenario, who do you think has the best chances?
I would put my money on Sebi, but
he has a lot of work to do.
Thing.
He's a talented bencher, but he has a lot of work to do in 3 hours.
He does. I would say, man, this is tough because Surge has an amazing CPU or memory frequency value. Incredible. So you can't count him out, but he is pretty far behind in some of the other benches. In fact, he's very far behind in 32M and in 7-zip. But that doesn't mean he can't claw back. That doesn't mean he hasn't done some testing to see what he can do. Sebi, can't count him out because he's a former world champion. He's got the skills, he's got the talents. But Demon is also a machine. He knows what he's doing. I can't pick a favorite. I would.
It's super close. Sure.
I'm sorry. I gotta say Surge, man, would be my least expected to make it into the finals out of that next group. But it might be a tie between Demon and Sebi.
Yeah, and it looks like, not a big deal, but it looks like Twitch have applied some sort of throttling to me. At least I am not getting the 1080p option, which is strange. Big deal, 720 is plenty. So, my Louisa coffee has had its effect on me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to stay here. We, in terms of the camera view, we have all 3 benches in frame, and certainly this is a good view to stay on for a bit because Sens is still not up and running again. There you go. He's swapping board.
He's removing the motherboard.
Yeah,
oh my
he's
gosh.
on his backup board, and that is the right move. I feel like, because I don't know what he was trying to do earlier. Like he was trying to recover the situation somehow, but he's at this point in time, he's gotta assume it's the board or the shape, or maybe even both. So he's gotta start going onto the backup board. I know it's a pain with the bias profiles and stuff, and I actually don't know if also only 720p. That's interesting. I might open a case with Twitch about that because I'm an affiliate and I should have more than 720p. Anyway, I assume that the USB stick being used for the transfer of results could potentially also be used to transfer bias profiles from main board to backup board. So he's not completely dead in the water in terms of having to start from scratch again with his profiles. But yeah, swapping boards does throw you back a bit. But I still feel like it's the more desirable or less undesirable scenario compared to having to swap CPUs. With that, please take over, Matt. I gotta go somewhere, and then I'll actually also take a glance at the stage to see what the mood is like. I'll try to be back as soon as possible.
Sounds good. All right, something else that we didn't mention is, I don't know if you caught that, but Day walked over to Leaguehoofd and tried swap, and I don't know if he swapped SSDs. It looked like he was swapping SSDs, and to give you guys some information, that can be done if your operating system has been corrupted. So they've got backups for the benchers, but it's kind of a last resort thing. They're not going to let you just swap them to test things out. They have to have some reason to think your SSD is bad. And if that's the case, I feel like Day-Day-Day's going to feel a little bit cheated because he was making that argument, was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day before yesterday when he was testing. He was thinking the OS was corrupted. Now, the judges, from what I understand, basically said, no, something else is going wrong, figure it out. But if that OS was corrupted and that was the same one he was using 2 days ago, he might be a little bit peeved that he didn't get that new SSD sooner. Having said that, he is not in as bad a shape as Sens is. Whipping out that second motherboard is very rough, and looks like he's laughing with the judges a little bit, and he's not out of time. Let me look at the time slots for these guys. So they've got from, let's see here, this is June, we're on June 3rd. No, it's June 4th there, sorry. It's June 3rd for me still. But they've got till, what is that, 1:10. So he's got about 2 hours left to figure out some stuff. But he's basically, that when you've got so many benches you've got to rerun, he does not, that's not a lot of time. He's got to mount everything up, pull down, get his profile loaded, hope that everything's working, and then run benchmarks. Like Super Pi 32M is a 4.5 minute run. Y Cruncher's over a 2-minute run. Pi Prime is over a 2-minute run. 7-zip is, it's not a timed run, so I don't know. But and then he's got Evolved he's got to run, which is not slow by any stretch of the imagination. So it's definitely an uphill struggle for Sens right now. I hope Day figures everything out, because right now Black Dot is just walking away with this. I don't know if he's subbed a Pi Prime score yet, but he's very close to being able to sub a score. I know he crashed on the second to last. We've got 2 judges over at Day's bench station. That's not a good sign. Norris, I think that's how you pronounce the name. You gotta stop posting in chat things that are not allowed via Twitch. So yeah, just clean it up a little bit. Nightbot's doing its job. But yeah, I think that Day's having a really hard time, and this is not how you want to see this go down. You don't want to see 2 competitors knocked out of a stage. I mean, Black Dot might like this. He's basically walking away with the competition. He's top in 3 of the 6 categories. That's crazy. And he's got a filler score on his memory frequency valid. He's probably towards the top in Pi Prime if he can get a score out. So the only one where I expect he's got some real work to do is going to be Super Pi 32M. And that's going to be sitting pretty. Him and Biso are just crushing it this competition. The next group, Surgeman, Demon, Sebi, they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do. But I will say this, they have the advantage of knowing the scores they actually have to get in order to qualify. So what that means is, if Black Dot and Biso are holding the tops in all the categories, they basically know I have to clean sweep 3rd, or I have in at least, what would that be, 4 of the 6, or maybe 3 of the 6. They don't have to get the top scores. They're obviously aiming for that, but they don't have to get the top scores. That is the advantage to going last. You have all the information you need that you need in order to move on to the finals. So as rough as it is with Black Dot and Biso doing so well, I think it's definitely, you can't count out that last group yet. Because last year, I believe, I'll have to look at it, but I think last year we saw a couple of the guys from the last group go on to the finals, and I think that's always a possibility.
Yeah, so I just passed by the stage. Black Dot is cruising. Day, the copy of his monitor up on the wall behind him was showing the infamous "Getting Devices Ready" screen for Windows 11, which is not a good sign. And Sens, I mean, I didn't want to stare because he's obviously in a tough spot, but it looked like he was nowhere near having his rig up and running. I also walked past the world record stage. Let's just go over there for a second. There was some SkatterBencher being run, maybe as like Simulate 15, so as like a stability test on one of the rigs, and then another rig was on validations. That's all I could see. Yeah, so incredibly, we only have one bencher up and running, even almost like an hour into the session now. So, wow.
Which, to be fair, Black Dot deserves a little bit of attention on the stream because I think we couldn't see his rig last time. So, of the people that we get to see, it's kind of good that we get to see him.
Yeah,
Day-Day, we could
specifically
see,
for
but-
Evolve, because he had a non-default browser setting enabled, which just my capture card wasn't able to cope with, I think. But his other runs we were able to feature somewhat. But you're right. I mean, he's also one of the favorites. So it's if we're gonna have someone up and running, why not Black Dot? Yeah, Day-Day is in a world of hurt. I mean, he already had a big mountain to climb, but now he's very, very close to elimination, I have to say, unfortunately.
Well, and I don't know if you caught this, but I saw him. I think he swapped SSDs because I saw him walk over to League Hoof with one, and I didn't see if he swapped them, but I would assume that's what he was doing.
Yeah. And here's a picture tells a thousand words. Not a lot going on right now.
Yeah, but Black Dot, like, there would have to be some incredible scores later on this afternoon for Black Dot to be knocked out. As long as even if all he did was post a last place Pi Prime, he's sitting so pretty in some of the other categories that it would be very difficult to beat him. Between him and Biso, there's some really incredible scores. And I was telling the chat, the big advantage that the last group has is they know what they have to beat to make it to the finals. These guys, they've got Biso as a benchmark and Spokey, but they don't know what the guys in the next group are going to post. So they still have to go balls to the wall right now. Last group does not necessarily have to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. 720. I'm just looking at a few different settings here. I do apologize that I'm blending into the background. I don't know what they've done at the venue with the aircon. It is absolutely freezing. And it was last week, so I'm not taking any chance in that. I've donned a hoodie, which is just bizarre because it is about 1,000,000 degrees outside. But it is what it is. I'll have to ask G.SKILL for a G.SKILL branded because I don't have one. But as long as I have one with me, that's good enough. Sens, the CPU pod is going on. He's getting closer to maybe posting his rig. It's certainly, he's not in as tight of a spot as Day-Day is because he has better scores already up. And I feel like if it was the board, he can probably just smash out some scores pretty quickly, whereas Day-Day is just afloat in the Pacific Ocean with no land in sight. I don't know how he can pull this one out. It's not beyond the realm of possibility, but yeah, he's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, for sure. This is not how you want to see it go for qualifying. You really want to see head-to-heads, people duking it out, and I really hope that they're able to get things rolling. So, yeah, Day-Day's in a pretty rough spot, and we're just going to have to hope that some miracle happens right now. And Black Dot getting ready for a Pi Prime score. I'm excited to see what he can pull out. Biso's got a crazy one up, but you never know. Black Dot already beat him in 7-zip, so let's see what he can do in Pi Prime.
Yeah, and he's benching 10,000 cast 32. He made a few adjustments to his timing in OS. So, yeah, he's cruising. There are no signs whatsoever with Black Dot that he's weak in any bench, that he's concerned in any way, that he's having any kind of rig issues. He's today's version of Biso, basically.
Yeah, basically the way I'm looking at it is he can get this score up and then just kind of mess around for the rest of the session. Like, I don't think he will, and I'm not saying I would recommend that, because he can improve on 32M, he can improve on his valid, but if he gets gold in this, he is the guy to beat, for sure.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and he's benching at his valid sub. He's benching, his valid is 5,000. He's benching at 10,000 effective. He's benching at that, so he basically could just loosen up all of his timings, boost it to 1,200, and he'll go up in that stage. Especially since Spokey never improved his valid. Biso is behind in valid. He does not have to do much to overtake Biso, Spokey, or Hansky. It's not until you start getting into the Sebi range of 6,200 plus that I think he's going to start struggling. So he's going to gain some points there.
Yeah, and we have a question asking about why does PyPrime report Windows 10? It kind of shows Microsoft's hand, right? Like Windows 11 is a variant of Windows 10 as much as they want to make you believe that it's not. So like, I don't know if we're still using the Windows NT numbering, like version numbering system, but you used to be able to look at the Windows NT version and then tell what OS was a derivative of another OS. So like Windows 98 second edition was a derivative of 98 first edition. XP was a derivative of Windows 2000, was it, or something? So yeah, so basically hardware info considers Windows 11 not different enough to Windows 10, and that's why that's reported. But then I assume the version string that comes after that then does identify it as Windows 11, because didn't wasn't Windows 10's last release like 22 H2 or something? So if it's newer than 22, then that's automatically a Windows 11. That's how you can tell. So let's check in on the Sen situation. He's gotten his towel out, which is usually one of the last steps in prepping a rig. We may be getting close to a post. Now, the crucial thing is, will it be a post with 1 or 2 sticks? Both in terms of...
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, is there any point in him sort of, how would you put it, starting off with valids? Like maybe, but I mean his valid is pretty good already, right? So there's no point there really. He needs two working sticks to be able to work on the other 5 benches, especially the likes of Evolve, which he doesn't even have a score in, right?
Yeah, he still needs a score in Evolve, Y Cruncher, and PyPrime. So I don't know. I didn't see him actually try to post to see if he's got both memory channels working on this system, which is something I would do. If I were benching, I would definitely check to make sure I've got both channels on the new board or new CPU, whichever one he's running. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, he may, if he doesn't have a backup CPU, then this is his last shot anyway. If he does have a backup CPU, then he may have already tried it on the other board and not gotten the second channel. So in that sense, he's kind of saving time by fully prepping his rig, because in either case, this is his last shot. He doesn't have, I wouldn't imagine he has a third board with him, for example.
Yeah, third board would be quite the baller move. I can't imagine he's got a third. So if you hear me typing away, I've got a mechanical keyboard because I'm a really annoying person. And I'm actually chatting with Sebi right now. And I have an understanding of what happened and kind of what to expect. I'm not going to give away everything, but I asked his permission if I can discuss this on stream. So he was having major stability issues with, he's got a 285K, and he was having major stability issues with it, and he thinks that the board got wet.
Okay.
And so because he cleaned up everything and it seems to be working, but before he got everything cleaned up, he thought maybe his CPU was dead. So he ended up buying a backup CPU. From my understanding, everything is working with the 285K and he's got stability on it. His backup CPU has a stronger IMC, but not completely stable. So it's going to be interesting to see what he rolls up with. But he could definitely be a strong competitor still. He knows what he's doing. He's been there before. Knows how to roll. So don't count him out yet.
We have someone in chat saying the auto moderation bot is too strict for blocking a message, which was all caps. How do you buy beers here? First of all, this is not a beer stream. Secondly, all caps is never okay. So, if anything, the bot isn't strict enough. Asking about the venue. Go to 7-Eleven. They have an entire fridge full of beers. And now, please never mention alcohol again in my chat, or you're getting banned.
Yeah, that's what. Why is this the place you would ask? Wouldn't you just walk up to somebody and ask?
But the other thing is, the only shop on site is 7-Eleven, and they have beer there. So ask the question. It's obvious. All right, so we've got slams in front of the stage. Sens is still not happy. He's still doing things to his rig. Wow. Let's go back to Black Dot then.
Yeah, for sure. I still don't think he's gotten a high prime run in. I think it's always crashing at the very end. So he knows what he's doing. He's getting close to finishing, but he's not quite there. I would say, dude, you're in such good shape. Get a filler score in, because the last thing you want is to fail just because you didn't have the best score, or because you weren't willing to put up a filler score. Like that, I think that's kind of an important thing to grab, but I could be wrong. If anything, we saw Biso ignore my advice yesterday, and it worked out really well for him. So it's entirely possible that Black Dot has the same mentality, and I wouldn't blame them because look, they're better than me. They're up there on the stage, so definitely something to consider.
Right. Let's check in with Gigabyte, because I feel like there is, in one sense, there's so much to talk about in the competition because there are monumental events happening. But in terms of the benching, there's not a lot to talk about. So let's go over to Gigabyte. We have one of our competitors, Surgeman, in the foreground with the closely cropped hair and the slightly graying beard and the glasses. I wonder what he's working on. I can see that he has a two-pot system in front of him. And then behind him is Serge from Germany, by the way. Salty from... I always mix up the French Canadians and French. I think he's French, full-on French, right? Salty with the beard.
Exaberries?
No,
Exaberries is Canadian.
Exaberries is from Vancouver, I know that, but Salty is just regular French, right?
Nope, he's French-Canadian. He actually lives in the same time zone as me, just north. So, he's...
Okay, so we've got... Let's try this again. We've got Surgeman from Germany. Then next, talking to him, and now doing a bit of touring soon. We have Salty Croissants, the French-Canadian, and behind him we have High Cookie from Gigabyte, also pouring in a system. There's a Cinebench R20 run going on, or being arranged, screenshot-wise, I can kind of tell. And then Demon is checking in. He's at the venue early, man. He's ready for the afternoon session. And
let's do it.
Behind High Cookie, things get a bit blurry, but we do have Exaberries in the long hair and Madness looking straight at the camera now with the blonde hair. Yeah, they seem happy. They seem like everything's sort of working out. And let's go back to Sen's cam. He's pouring. I'm imagining things. I think he may be back up and running.
It's possible. Yep,
He
he's in
is, but he is biased,
bios.
so we'll give him the, 15 minutes or whatever he might need to get fully set up. But it appears as though his issues may be fixed. So I'm looking at the timer. He has 2 hours left. Certainly entirely possible for him to knock out enough scores to qualify in that amount of time.
Yeah, can't ever count out the reigning world champion, that's for sure. They have a way of coming back from behind. But I'm really hoping Day gets his issues sorted out. It's got to be rough, and I wonder if like his memory sticks have a weird cold bug. That's kind of what my brain is going towards. Like, I assume he's pouring LN2 on them, and that's a hard thing to torch up properly and get a good reading on. So it's really hard to say. But that if you had to like troubleshoot his issues, where would your mind be going?
It's tough because and there's Mr. Biso arriving with his kit and his face mask. So it sounds like we're gonna have, or it feels like we're gonna have an on-time start to the afternoon session because all three competitors are already on site. So there's no reason why we'd have a delay, which is good to see. It's hard, man. Like when everything's broken, it sometimes sort of feels like it doesn't matter what you try because everything that you try is gonna fail too. I would lean towards trying to get one good score in one of the stages, whichever of the stages I feel like is the easiest. So probably something like 7-zip or Pi Prime or maybe Valid, depending on what the exact nature is of the issues. Yeah, rough day at the office for Mr. Day.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sens is still there. He's obviously, I feel like, chosen to just build a new profile, which may be smart depending on the exact nature of his issues. Maybe he doesn't want to load up the profile he had on the other board because he suspects it was a contributor to his issues. So it's sort of looking like he's building a new profile. Let's go to Black Dog. No, but he's in BIOS, so let's not go there. Well, I haven't bought my dried fruit for the day yet, or else I would show that off. I will certainly go to 7-Eleven and not buy beer like one chatter, but I will buy dried fruit because it's a tradition by now. What else is going on? I don't know. I had to go to the other hall. It's certainly a little bit different over there. They have the keynote space on the 7th floor, which I've never got. In all this time, I've never actually gone to a keynote at Computex. But hashtag priority.
Yeah. Gotta prioritize the stream and the overclocking competition because that's what we're really here for. I know there's a lot going on at Computex. I'm sure that there's a lot of information coming from NVIDIA, how they're going to be completely abandoning the consumer market in favor of data centers and things like that, which you have to look at it this way, guys. This is an example. I want to talk about this for a moment. Lots of vendors, specifically memory vendors, but NVIDIA, I'm sure AMD is doing the same thing. They are working on data centers because that's where the money is. Meanwhile, G.SKILL is over here hosting a competition for overclocking, which is exclusively consumer related. Only company in the world doing it. How cool is that? If there's no other reason to tip a hat to a company, I think that's it. They are showing the consumers some love. I know they can't dictate the price of memory because they don't actually manufacture the ICs, but this is very consumer level support. And I gotta say that in the world that we're living in as far as tech goes, that's something that we should all be very thankful for, because effectively there's no benefit to the data centers for running edge of stability memory overclockings. They don't care about that. They care about stability for their systems. We care about crushing benchmarks. So I really think we all got to give G.SKILL a huge shout out for that, if nothing else.
Absolutely. So we once again have some models in front of the stage, showing off some of the wares that G.SKILL sells. Much more sort of like elegant dress code today, though. Like not that sort of fluorescent yellow and orange, but black dresses. So that's good to see.
Yep,
Team
we've got Gigabyte doing some stuff.
I love the little smoke effects. It's legit.
Yeah, it looks like Gigabyte is just having fun cracking on, seeing Salty pour some LN2 into the mem pot and now the CPU pot. He's done a lot of work to figure out how to do mem overclocking, so keep an eye out for frequency valids from him and Gigabyte in general. I don't know what other benchmarks they're running at the moment. They were running Cinebench, but it's hard to tell at the moment. But yeah, this is a really cool event. I wish there was more going on. Maybe Sense is finally in OS, I'm not sure. But hopefully we can get an idea if he's actually able to start doing some benchmarking.
Only Black Dot, as always. Lone Ranger.
He's back at it. Let's see if he finishes this run. Come on, come on, come on. 137. So that's not the fastest, but it is the second fastest. So go ahead and save that. That'll put you in second. That'll get you 60 more points. That'll boost you all the way to first place right now. So just play it safe, man.
I assume he's still at 10k cast 32 and has just messed around with the minor timings and that kind of thing, or just rerun.
Yeah, we're gonna see his memory settings here in a moment. And let's see here, memory.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I predicted the future.
Looks like he tightened TRP and TRCD, but loosened TRAS. And actually, 700 TRFC at 10,000 is not bad. So he's definitely got some things dialed in. And loading up hardware info for the competition for the judges so they can see everything. Very important step for this live competition. But looks like he's going to be posting that score shortly, or one of the judges are, and he's going to move up ahead of Biso. Man, he's cooking right now. It's crazy.
Carter, we don't exactly know what Sense did, but for sure he changed his motherboard. The feedback from one of the judges was that the previous setup had a missing channel, so I can only speculate, but I would imagine that he at first attempted to clean out the slots in the socket. That didn't help. I don't know if he has a backup CPU. So like once you're talking permanent damage, then it's either the board or the CPU or the kit. But there are spare modules available, so that would be a pretty straightforward thing to fix. So I'm guessing it was actually the board, because he's pouring down now. So swapping the board appears to have fixed things, but it's a little bit too early to tell because we haven't seen any actual runs from him yet or any settings. So we're keeping an eye on that.
Looks like he might be in OS now, but it also looks like Dede's having a really rough time. It looks like his system's basically torn down.
So let's give Sense his time here. So he's in an MS config. I mean,
of course we go and he restarts.
Dede is in a world of pain. Yeah, I agree. So, I mean, that tells me that he's kind of happy with his setup now, right? Like, you wouldn't fully insulate your board and fully pour down if you didn't have both channels up. And you certainly wouldn't boot into OS and start applying MS config if you weren't ready to run a bench. So he's getting close.
Yeah, he certainly is. And like I said, you can never count him out. It might be one of those things where he's like, okay, I have to make it into the qualifiers because the thing we were talking about a couple days ago is if you're a former world champion and you know what your CPU can do, and you know it's extremely good, you may sandbag a little and say, I'm not going to show my hand. I don't want these guys to know what they're up against. So he may have been holding back a bit, but it's crunch time now. So he may be like, I've got a profile. I know what these sticks can do. I'm going to just pedal to the metal, get myself into the finals. I can't mess around with trying to sandbag. That's kind of what I'm expecting to happen. And here he goes with Y Cruncher. Man, that's a tough one to start with.
But he has no score, so maybe just a placeholder. Who knows? Who knows? Like,
Yeah,
we actually still don't know whether his system is behaving. He may just have settled for this setup and now putting out sort of semi placeholders. But yeah, he's applying a lot of tweaks, so it's looking like everything's singing now, but too early to tell. Until we actually see him complete a run and see a good score and see him save it, we can't be sure.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to point out is the current scores he has up aren't bad. They're really not. So if he can like get in that same ballpark, it will push him ahead of Spokey, which will knock Spokey out of the running and push him into third. That means that you're going to have Sebi, Demon, and Surgeman this afternoon really having to push hard to get ahead of him. So if my speculations are true, he's going to be able to go bam, 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 hit out some scores, and he's got enough time to do it. So he can't count out sets. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can, however, I would venture to guess count out Day Day.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
He's got so little time left for what he's got to achieve. So maybe to sort of re-summarize, eliminations or provisional. Let's call them provisional eliminations. There's still people can get disqualified. All kinds of things can happen. But as things stand, we have Hansky, Spokey, and Dede out, and the remaining 6 still in the running, with Biso and Black Dot looking extremely strong to make the final, and the 4 remaining are in contention for that third and final spot for the finals. All right, another restart.
It's definitely going to be interesting. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this works out. Like you said, it's likely Spokey, Hansky, and Dede are out. That's rough, but that's just how it goes. Somebody's got to get eliminated, and you're going to have issues. Dede, unfortunately, I can't even imagine flying all the way to Taiwan, getting ready for this competition, and having nothing but pain. Usually you have one good session and one bad session. He's getting cursed with 2 bad ones. So I got to tip my hat to him for making it to the finals, but he is having a rough go of it. I think he's got a cold bug on one of his sticks of memory. It could be that, like, he's not pouring LN2 or anything. He doesn't have any insulation on his pot. He's got a fan blowing on it to keep the pot cool, which tells me that he's basically using it like an air cooler right now. And it looks like he's in BIOS changing some things, which means his system isn't completely dead. This is the first time in a while I've seen him messing with his keyboard, which is nice to see. But man, it's rough. Here's another thought I had. What if there's an issue with his M.2 slot?
Could be, but there's multiple slots on the board, so.
Yeah, that's true. That's possible. But man,
Paul said, "Please show Black Dot. I can't see him in person because of the girls." I swapped over there, and there was no signal. Then Spokey is like, "Just watch the girls," which is a fair point. Like, if I had a choice between that and the bench, I know what my choice would be. Yeah, Dede looking extremely pensive. What's Sen's up to? Okay, that's Black Dot then. He is back in OS.
Yeah, he's trying to improve his pipe prime. He is very close to first. He's like what 600 milliseconds behind, which it is a lot at this level, but it's not unobtainium. I personally, and that's the thing. He's still got time to improve Super Pipe his valid, which are both things that need more improvement than his pi prime. So that would probably be the route I would go. But you got to think, if he's actually got more points to gain by taking first in pi prime, because that would net him 5 points, whereas the other ones would net him like 3 or 4. So from a point strategy, it makes more sense to go for pi prime, especially since you're so close. However, if you can bump multiple spots in super pi or frequency valid, then you've got more to gain there. So there's more headroom on frequency valid and super pi, but there's more to be gained in a single jump in pi prime. So it's I don't know. What do you think? What would you be doing?
Well, the other question is, does he consider himself to be so safe that he's now using the time to improve, like to answer questions in benches where he still has questions? You know what I mean? Like maybe he's so safe in terms of qualification that he's just benching whatever bench he wants to spend time on, not for the rankings, but in preparation for the finals. That's certainly it's out there as an option. I don't think it's likely. Also, we're only halfway through the session, so he has so much time that basically whatever bench he's on, he can just keep benching if he feels like there's something left to gain. Because there is like this context switching kind of issue between benches. There's a little bit of a different kind of that is an improvement. The last one I saw was a 137.
Yep. He's not quite up with Biso, but he is in spitting.
Well, who is?
For sure.
Biso is a one of a kind, and he's a machine. So, you know, yeah. I mean, I get that this sort of attitude. I mean, if you're on the bubble, if you're in danger of elimination, then you have to just sort of push through and move on to the next bench earlier than you would like to. However, he has the luxury of just running whatever he wants right now. If later in the session it turns out that Sens has come alive and becomes a threat, he can still switch his approach. But Sens is right next to him on the stage, so if he sees no signs of life, then he can just do this, just sort of chill, you know?
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine being so far ahead in a competition that you just get to have fun? Like, that was like Sens in the finals last year. It almost made it boring to cast and watch. Oh, hi, Mark. He was in this shot behind you.
Nice.
Yeah, it's got to be a good feeling to know you've got room to play with. Now, I will say this. This happened last year in the final round, where if you think about it, if you're in first, you're in a great spot, but you also have the most points to lose per bump. So even though Biso is in second, if he gets bumped from second to third, he's going to lose, I think, 2 points or 4 points. 2 points, I think. Whereas if you go from first to second, you lose 5. So your losses at the top end are much higher than your losses a spot or two down. And the way it worked out last year, if I recall, is you had a couple people posting up insane scores in a single category that started knocking down the leader, but not affecting the guys in second or third quite as much. So it really made things jumble up quite a bit. So we'll see how things turn out. We've also got Sens on stage that is not going to go down without a fight. So we're going to see how that rolls out.
So I wonder if Salty just prefers his screen to be sideways like that, or whether that's an attempt to have it show up on stream. It could go either way. It is a bit weird how it's at 45 degrees to his line of sight, but maybe that's just how he rolls. I know that Young Pro, when he benches, he has his rig kind of the opposite way to how you would expect it, such that on an old platform the postcode display is not visible, but then he'll take an old audio CD and put that next to the postcode, and he looks at the reflection of the postcode.
That's cool. That's clever. I like that. Because if you think about it, there's advantages to that. Because if you need to stick in your USB stick, your ports are right there. Very nice. Your pot is right next to you. So I definitely understand why that would make sense. I keep the postcode facing toward, so the way I've got it is my test bench is actually right there. And the postcode is closest to me with the satellite ports and the 24 pin like against the front edge of my desk here. But the downside is that puts the pot farthest away from me, and all of my USB ports on the back. So I might actually have to adopt that style. But that also means I'm going to have to reconfigure my entire test bench, which I just built, so I'm not interested in doing that. So we'll see. Hey, we got Day in OS. He's not porting any LN2. In fact, I don't think he has his rods even tightened down. But that's an improvement. I'm not sure what's going on.
So that's a 7-zip run.
We'll see once he opens up CPU. He's at 5 gigahertz.
Whoa.
I mean, that's...
Okay.
I wish we could see what's going on. He might be down to single channel or something, because that seems even low for stock. But he is getting insulation ready, it looks like.
Yeah, with the theory crafting again, I just wonder whether it matters or not, because like we talked about before, placement is irrelevant as long as you make the final. So theory crafting the rankings between Black Dot and BSO, it's just, I have a hard time imagining that they're not currently at least guaranteed second and third. I mean, quite possibly one of them is going to be qualified first, but yeah, lower than that would mean a killer afternoon session between Demon and Surgeman, and who am I forgetting? Sebi.
Yeah, so Paul says that Black Dot is pulling up to swap CPUs for frequency valid. Good call, in my opinion.
He's like, I have so much time, I can swap onto the better validation IMC live on stage. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think we're having a little bit of the hitching with your audio, so I'm going to disable my camera and see if my settings got reset for some reason. Also, you're streaming to my YouTube channel, which I very much appreciate, but we have had 0 views on there. So if you need bandwidth, you can close that down, because that doesn't seem to be getting us any views. But yeah, I'm going to turn off my camera quick and make sure the settings are still good.
Yeah, well, that's happening. Let's check in on Team Gigabyte. See, there we go. Surge is he's moving around his screen. He doesn't like the 45 degrees skew that Mr. Salty favored. Paul's back out there.
Okay, so it would appear that my settings haven't changed from yesterday for my camera, so we should be good there. But yeah, if you need more bandwidth, turning off my YouTube channel is perfectly fine.
So we have Sens in OS. He had a 5B coefficient is too large. I mean, is there a scenario in which a bencher with only 5 scores can qualify? I think that feels quite far-fetched. So he's right to focus on 5B, because essentially, if he doesn't get a score, he's out, I would imagine.
Yeah, and like we've said before, if you can pass 5B at a given set of settings, you can probably pass everything else. So I think if you're in the position that you're in, that Sens is in, and you just need to knock out scores, get 5B done, run all the benchmarks with that profile, then start fine-tuning the other benches. He's got a good valid. He's got a pretty good 32M. He's in second for 32M, second for valid, if I'm not mistaken. And his 7-zip is not bad either. I think he's in third for that. So he's definitely in the running if he can punch out even some like third or fourth place rankings for the other benches. The one that's going to be the kicker for him, I think, is going to be Evolve, just because nobody really understands it. But I think it's going to be, that might be the tough one. But yeah, just get some scores up at this point.
Yeah, and it's almost like Data is calling it. I mean, not a lot going on there. Still waiting on picks from.
He's mounting insulation.
We literally have no one up and running. See, this is why I'm in favor of adding a fourth bencher, because I think that would guard against these kind of situations. But we do have a much better setup this year than last year, because we have the camera on the world record stage. Just thinking out loud a little bit here. This morning I had a little bit of spare time, and I looked at the stage design to see if potentially there were, because I do have a spare camera and there is a sixth HDMI run from the stage into my booth. I was hoping to maybe mount a center camera, but it's super tough because the front edge of the stage in that section is basically sheer. There's no sort of lip or edge for me to clamp onto. I wouldn't be comfortable putting a mini tripod there. That's definitely going to get knocked. Clamp is a better way to go than a tripod. And the other option is a camera up high looking down, but there's also nowhere to mount it because the LED wall is right there. So, I mean, work in progress, but right now I'm not seeing an easy way to put the center camera in. The next best thing I have is this whole thing of like zooming into the existing cameras, which I was using earlier a little bit. Yeah, so we do have Sens in OS, so but he's also on Struggle Street, man. I mean, he's nowhere near as resigned as Data is, but you know, he's also nowhere near Black Dot. He's the little guy in the session, but very much in trouble. We had a question, how much time is there left in the session? About an hour. Yeah, he's not doing well.
Yep. We do have Day pouring LN2 again, so he seems like he's not giving up. I like that. I like that fighting spirit. He's not throwing in the towel yet, despite the fact that he's really struggled. And I honestly, this may sound terrible, and I hope he has a fighting chance to get into the finals, but at this point, it's trying to stay out of the last, I think.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know what you think, but that's kind of where I'm coming from. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna grab some. I'm getting a headache, so I'm gonna grab something to deal with that.
A beer, right?
I wish.
Yeah, not a lot to talk about right now. I mean, if there is something to talk about, it's the left-hand side of the stage. Traditionally, whatever scores are produced are put up sort of towards the end of the day, or maybe even after the venue is closed, so we won't know the scores until then. But yeah, I take the opportunity to take off my headset because my ears do get a bit sore underneath there. And it is loud in the venue. It certainly is loud in the venue. Just having a look through the different chats to see if anyone's asking any questions. 5 average scores, yeah. Data is good. All of these benchers are good. It's just sometimes it doesn't come together on the day. Yeah, And what we haven't sort of discussed so far is there is extra money because the prize money does scale up for every position in the rankings. There's a factor. There's obviously the sort of honor aspect of not coming last, but there is a not so inconsiderable difference in terms of prize money as well. And we see the Louisa coffee again on stage, fueling everyone.
All right, what I miss?
Nothing. Now we're talking about prize money. Point of the way that the prize money works, there's a scaling up of it from ninth all the way up to first. So for the people definitely not making the final, there is still an incentive to improve their scores, because if they can get out of ninth into eighth or eighth into seventh, that's a little bit of extra cash. I did just throw the link to the prize pool into chat. What do you, it's a tough balance, because if I put in place too much noise suppression, people will, or not enough noise suppression, people will complain about the background noise. If I put in place too much noise suppression, then they'll say my voice is dropping, my mic is dropping. So damned one way and damned the other as well. At the lower placement, there's $1 difference. Okay, me, nature's calling again, and there's also absolutely nothing going on right now. I mean, I'll show you a combined view. I mean, let me go for a little walk.
He's crossing his fingers.
Nice. I'll be right back.
Yep, he's crossing his fingers. He's in OS. Oh my goodness, he's in OS. I don't have the screen controls, so I can't switch it, but we'll try to discern what he's doing from here. It looks like he's opened up Benchmate, maybe doing some OS tweaks, which are a big part of this overclocking thing, so definitely important that he gets those done, but it's also very important that he just gets some runs in. I don't know what Sens is up to, but it does not look like he's got another run in for anything. Yes, Dede has a benchmark open. It looks like maybe Y Cruncher, and he's checking CPU-Z probably just to make sure that his frequencies are good on his CPU, and he's rebooting. So he looks a lot happier than he did about 10 minutes ago, though, so that's a good sign. I'm very, very hopeful. Let's everyone cross our fingers for Dede, because he deserves to have a little bit of luck here. And as far as he's concerned, luck looks like getting your system up and running. So we're very hopeful. He's not torching up. He's got LN2 going. Glad to see it. Yeah, Sens does not look like he's running the benchmark, although he might be. He's pouring LN2. Looks like, I don't know what Biso's tackling there in the background, but it looks like he's packing up a bag or unpacking a bag. Got his flashlight out. So I'm curious if Black Dot is ready to start benching his better valid CPU. Spokler says, I think Black Dot is definitely going to finals. It certainly looks like that, but I would not. We've got some very strong contenders in the last round. Surgeman obviously showing what he can do with his memory valid, and you've got Sebi and Demon both in that group as well. So I doubt Sens or Dede will knock out Black Dot or Biso, but well, and then you've got to yeah, Black Dot's ahead of Biso right now in almost every category. The way it would have to work out is Black Dot would have to lose first in basically the 3 categories that he has first in, and then but it would have to be done by 3 different competitors to knock him down. That's tough. So because he has to drop below Biso at the moment. He's at 361 points. Biso is at 358. If he gets knocked down in those three categories, he would drop below Biso. But that also means you have to have two other competitors with good enough scores to knock him down another peg, which is just going to be tough. I know at the end of yesterday we were saying Biso seems like a shoe-in for the finals, and he still has some first place spots. He's first in 32M by a pretty good margin. He's first in 7-zip, is that right? Pi Prime. He's first in Pi Prime. That's going to be a hard one to beat as well. Black Dot got close, but isn't quite there. So let's just say Sebi, Demon, and Surgeman all have their work cut out for them. And I'm really glad to see that Day is actually up and running. And looks like a judge is coming over to check. He's actually looks like he's posting a score. I think he's saving. Yeah, I think he's saving the score because he's got CPU Z tabs open. So I think he's getting approval from the judges. So that's awesome, guys. Day looks like he's posting a score. I'm super excited for him. Let's see what I'll keep refreshing the page so we can see what he posts. But the judges, what happens is he gets the score, saves the score, gets the screenshot, but the judges actually post the scores and then upload the screenshots later. So that's Biso watching behind. That he's getting a little bit of intel on his competitors, which is a smart move. I'm not sure that should even be allowed, but they're not stopping him, so it seems like it is. There's room in between Black Dot and B so that Black Dot could then effectively lose more net points. But it then comes down to what Black Dot does for mem frequency. Absolutely, yeah. Black Dot, it's going to take a lot to dethrone him and knock him out of the finals. There's no two ways about it. Basically, unless Sense and Day pulls something out of their hats here. I mean, in theory, anyone can knock him out. In theory, all the guys in the last group can go to the finals. That's entirely within the realm of possibility. I don't expect that to happen just because of the scores that have been put up. Biso, I think, being so close to Black Dot also makes him really hard to knock out because he's only 3 net points behind Biso. So now, I expect him to gain a little bit more when he moves up in memory valid, but that's basically where my mind is going. So yeah, it's good to see Day smiling, having a good time. He's posting up some scores. Let me see if they're loaded. Not yet up on Hardware Bot, but glad to see him there. We got a cameraman out there in front too, getting a glimpse of everyone on the stage. Wonder if that's going to be a G.SKILL guy. Yeah, same goes for the Super Pi score, for sure. I doubt Black Dot is going to be running Super Pi because he loaded up his memory valid CPU, and it's unlikely his memory valid CPU is the one he's going to be running for Super Pi. It's possible, but I kind of have my doubts. Carta, Day is the one closest to the camera in the red polo, or salmon polo, I don't know what color you technically call it. And then it Sends next, he's the buff dude in the hat, and then Black Dot is beyond him, hard to see. He pokes into the screen every once in a while. But yeah, he's the one that's currently crushing it. So really hoping we get these scores up here soon. I want to see what Day was able to post. Yeah, I love how Biso's just sitting back there watching the other competitors' screens and what they're doing. He can. That's a baller move, getting all that intel to see what you can do. Looks like, do they have the rankings up on the back there, behind the judges? That might be where it is. I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not sure who the gentleman is in the green shirt behind Day. That I'm sure that Johannes, that Unity would know, and we've got Lee Koof that walked back there with the beard with the LN2 flask. Yeah, that's definitely the rankings. That would be good. Come on, somebody post Day's score. I know he saved one. Looks like he's saving another one. Okay. Day-Day's pumping out the scores. Good to go. Glad to see it. Has about an hour left. Definitely worth it. Stop the count so I go to the finals. I think that there is a ghost chance, Spooky, that you go to the finals, but you were able to post all the scores, which is an underrated achievement because as has been seen, Hansky struggled to do that. Sens is struggling to do that. Day-Day is struggling to do that. So you got all your scores in. I am curious, Spooky, since you're in chat, if you can give us a little bit of information on why you didn't post a better valid, if you just didn't think that it was worth the effort, or if that was you just didn't have time to work on it. What was the logic there? Because I feel like the potential there to gain a few more points was reasonable, or if you just thought prioritizing a different score was more important because you could net more points and not potentially knock down your opponents. I'm just curious what your logic was there. Go for some other submission first.
So Sens
screenshots when you're at the top.
Sens is knocking out 5Bs, right? 124 is a pretty legit score. Is he on the comeback trail?
124. That's a good score. Yeah, that's potentially Black Dot has the 124-1, but if it's in the mid 124s, that's ahead of BSO. So that's what I was saying. You get 5B going for Y Cruncher, then it's definitely good opportunity to get some other scores in. He could come back from behind. This is not over yet.
It was a 124-947 or something like that, but that's better than no score for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, so definitely Sens not out.
So we have Spooky in chat. Hopefully he can give us some information as one of the competitors to see how things there. Okay, so here he is addressing the memory valid. Oh, I never did Gear 4 on this CPU, so basically I had a CPU that did good Gear 4 for the qualification phase, but it wasn't doing D2 NGU 3030, so I just picked another one. Didn't have time to practice Gear 4 on this CPU. Ah, fair enough. Yeah, this is a little bit out of my wheelhouse as far as understanding things. So, but Unity, maybe you can give us some information to glean. Gears are basically the ratios for memory controller frequency to memory effective memory frequency. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's definitely good information.
It's not the same as command rate. Whoever just said that. So Data is in OS. Let's give Data a little bit of airtime.
Yeah, he's. I know he's saved a couple scores. Yep. So he got his. What is that? His Pi Prime score in it would appear, which is currently last, but it's better than nothing. So now he's running 32M. That's not a terrible in it. I saw some guys in the 3.2s. So I'm going to go to the 32M rankings, and we can maybe get an idea of how he's doing on that. Let's start from the bottom, unfortunately, because that's probably where he is. He's behind Hansky at the moment, which is not good, because Hansky's last in that category. But a score is better than no score. A bad score is better than no score. So hopefully he can just knock it out, and we can see what kind of settings he's running. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah. No, at least he's doing something, which is more than he was doing earlier. Yeah, I'm mostly aware of the fact that Sen's on the hunt. He's still 5B though, which unless something major happened while I was away, he has many other scores as well that he needs to focus on.
Yeah, he's got 5B. He's got 5B Pi Prime and Evolve. So, again, knockout. I get why you're knocking out 5B first, but if you've got a score up,
Yeah, but he said 24, didn't
throwing
he?
up the other ones.
Like, or was there something wrong with that? That's at this stage in the game with 48 minutes remaining. That 124 whatever was plenty good enough. I feel like. I mean, I don't know if it's subbed
yeah,
yet.
it does not appear to be subbed yet, but that would put him in third, which is not a terrible place to be.
That's
so,
if you can average third in every stage, you're qualified.
That's right. Well, and he's above average. He's in second for frequency and 32M. So it's not like if he could get third in Y Cruncher and then move on to some other stages, he's not in bad shape. And he could rerun 7-zip because he's not far behind in that either. At all. He is very close for the running in that. So that's honestly the strategy I would do. Get your Y Cruncher score and get third. Get in your whatever you can get out of Evolve, because that's a cluster of a benchmark, it seems. I'm glad they introduced it, but it is a bit of a cluster right now. Get in Pi Prime and then see which ones you need to improve on most.
I mean, Evolve scores very predictably, from what I can tell. But yeah, Daisy is Daisy. I think Bob and Zed pointed out in the chat that last still gives you 45 points per stage, which 45 by 6 is 270. So actually, this is a stupid calculation, but if no one else were to put up any more scores, being last in every stage would get you fourth, which is kind of funny to think about. We have
yeah, I don't
back
expect that to happen
in OS. So let's see what he's cooking up. He's a dude, please, for the love that is all all that which is holy, with benchmarks to something else.
He keeps getting the same results, and it's like, dude. Spokey says I would start to worry about Sen's 5B. Do you mean you'd worry that he's gonna take gold, or do you worry that he's spending too much time on it? I'm curious.
Or that 124 seconds or whatever is not going to get subbed. That could mean anything. We need more details.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see Day, he's still running 32M. Doesn't look like a good score, but he's still having a good time, so.
That's the main thing.
Let's see here. 4 minutes 29 on loop. So, yeah, this is not likely to be a great 4 minutes 38. Yeah, that puts him dead last, but like we said,
second last because Sebi doesn't have a score.
Well, it's last of the sub so far. We'll put it that way.
But it's first of the French benchers wearing glasses. Sorry.
Fair enough.
What's going on? So Sens just took a swig from his drink. He isn't sort of moving with the. Oh, do you see what McDonald's for lunch to follow up the Burger King from 2 days ago? Best news of all day. I've had all day.
Sounds like a good meal. I actually had a burger for dinner today, which I don't know if it's dinner for me. I don't know what my schedule is. I don't know if it's breakfast, dinner, or lunch. So, but it looks like Day got his Super Pi 32M ready to go. Sen's working on Y Cruncher. I haven't seen a new ballad from Black Dot. At least Sen's started Y Cruncher this time, so that's a plus.
I don't know. Does he know something about like issues in another bench? Like, has he given up and he's just like what do you call it, freestyling right now. Like it's an odd choice. Like I actually don't think the rig is capable of doing what it's asking it to do. I don't think he can get a better score. That 124, I might ask the judges about, because maybe that's the reason he's rerunning, is because there was something wrong with that score and he actually doesn't have a score in this stage. Huh.
Yeah, the judges have been pretty good about posting new scores, and they haven't posted that one. So, I mean, they already posted Day-Day's 32, which he just finished. So, they're on the ball as far as posting scores. So it's entirely possible it was an invalid score. I am curious to see what Black Dot gets for valid. That's going to be interesting, especially since he swapped CPUs. I'm really curious as to how that's going to work out. But we also want to see if Sens can finish this Y Cruncher run. If I'm not mistaken, the run gets harder to finish. Yeah, it's failed. It gets harder the further into the run you go.
What is he doing? I hope him changing the startup services is a sign of him moving to another bench, because he's spending entirely too much time on this. There are only 42 minutes remaining, or thereabouts.
Yeah, he's got to switch to something, and I think most people are switching the startup services to run Evolve because it requires a certain number of startup services. So that would be my guess. And it'll be interesting to see what he gets in Evolve, because we're still not entirely sure how that benchmark runs.
What is he doing now? He's rearranging his rig? Yeah. I'm very curious.
Uh-oh, is Day-Day having issues again? He's not. Oh,
he's
nope.
Booting.
He's booting. So that's a good sign. Sens is booting as well.
Or going into BIOS. No, safe boot. Safe boot. Yeah, he's not.
Ooh.
He's. I don't know. I mean, if he's done with 5B, he wouldn't safe boot for no reason. Day-Day on the valids.
Yep,
I believe he's now kind of on the verge to being out, because his rig is still not cooperating, and we're in the final hours. So yeah, it's really crunch time for him now.
Yeah, Day-Day, he's just filling out the stages. I like that strategy from him. So once he finishes this one, he's probably gonna get boosted ahead of Sens in the standings, despite Sens having significantly. Oh, I crashed off the screenshot. Oh, that's rough. And his valid file save was 4,000, which is lower than some of these other guys are benching. So yeah. I don't know if that's the frequency he was actually running at, but.
So we can interpret that from the judges either way, but as it stands, no 5B has been relayed to the laptop used for subbing. It may be that score has been saved and Sens is too focused on his remaining benching, and he intends to give it to LB later on. As it stands, the reason there's nothing subbed is because it hasn't made its way to the only PC in the entire building that has the rights to sub, essentially, for this competition. Interesting times. I mean, Day-Day is already out. Hansky and Spooky also we can consider to be out. Are we? I mean, how far away are we from our next elimination? Like, I feel like if nothing happens in the next 20 minutes and we have points remaining, I don't think any bencher in the world can knock out the scores that Sens needs in that amount of time. So we're on a very tight schedule now in terms of Sens and his hopes for this competition.
Yeah, and not to mention he's messing with his rig. It looks like.
Yeah.
He's not paying attention to his pots or his monitors. So it's definitely not. Yeah, Bob says Spokey not out yet. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. If things go poorly for the other guys in the final round, Spokey is in the running. He's still in third with a 2800 megahertz on the memory ballot. That would be really funny. Okay, so Sens is back to pouring LN2, so he must have theoretically figured something out, and it looks like Dede's having some more issues. Oh, that poor guy. What is Sens doing? I wonder what brand his handbag is.
What? What did you do?
Did you see the handbag he has hanging over his shoulder?
Sens has a handbag or Biso?
Sens.
Well, I can't see it with all the smoke right now, but yeah, I'll try and pay attention.
Yeah. He's got a purse.
A man purse. Does he? I don't see it. Oh, yeah, that's. Is it a backpack that's been like repurposed, or is it actually meant to be worn like that? Do you have any people in chat who are fashion experts?
Idea. Yeah, I have no idea, but he's definitely wearing a purse.
Okay, so there's pouring going on.
It looks like he might be in OS. That might be BIOS though, so I'm not sure.
He is running Evolve, so let's keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's what my prediction was with changing
messing with his
services.
rig may have actually been warranted this time, because maybe he was just pulling the display card in preparation for Evolve. So let's see what he cooks up here.
Oh. Carter, no real man has a purse. Well, he looks pretty buff. I wouldn't want to say that to his face, that's for sure. I wonder if he'll watch the stream after his round. I don't know if he's the kind of guy that will join in on the festivities that we've got going on here. But yeah, Spokey, you're not out yet. It's definitely something to keep in mind.
Someone post that meme of, so you're saying there's a chance.
Exactly. It's exactly what we need. Okay. Uh-oh. Dialog box. I wonder if that's going to affect the validity of the run. We're not seeing any artifacting, which tells me it's going to be a bad score. It needs artifacting for it to work.
So we're seeing
copium. This isn't copium.
It is a real possibility.
Look, yeah, you never know what's going to happen with Surgeman, Demon, and Sebi. None of them had a great time. Surgeman at least filled out his stages for the first round, and I guess Demon did too, but he did a very basic run.
Here's the artifacting.
Evolve. Oh, there. Okay, it's a legit run now. I approve. Matt approved, but Spokey, it's not copium. You never know what's going to happen. Just like in a race. It could be that the top competitors all crash into each other.
The showroom floor or the expo floor is emptying out a bit as it is 12:30 local time, so people are probably starting to go for their lunches, because it does take a long time to actually get food because thousands of people have to be fed. I'm starting to think that McDonald's was. I mean, I saw Bezos of it, and I saw Loud Silence with the drink from McDonald's. Is that an attempt at a bribe by Bezos? Did Bezos go out and get Loud Silence a drink? That would be a 4D chess move, if so.
You know what? If there was a guy who would be playing 4D chess, it would be Biso. He has a different strategy than everyone else. What
We
was
have a
the
score.
Score that they're going for, isn't it? The
Compute 5,000. We have a new
I
first
thought it was
place.
the bottom.
5,100. That's a new first
Wow.
place. Okay, Sens
Wow.
is
Okay.
back in the running. Let's keep an eye on this guy. With the first place, everything kind of changes.
Yeah, that might actually bump Biso ahead of Black Dot. Black Dot needs to get his better valid up because that's going to cost Black Dot 4 points, but I think it's or 5 points. But, I think
but the
it's only gonna
comparison between
cost
Black
Biso
Dot and Sens is
3.
completely irrelevant. What's important is Sens has to knock out points now in relation to the other benchers. In relation to Spooky, Hansky, Serge, Demon, Dede, Sebi, and a first place in a stage he hadn't subbed before is the perfect way of doing that because he has just gained, in absolute terms, he's gained 65 points on everyone except the people who had already been in the front.
And they did just post his Y Cruncher score as well.
So he did hand over.
That puts him into second.
That is actually great time management. That's excellent time management to use the dead time in the middle of the Evolve run, which is quite a long run, to go over to Albi and hand over the stick. I'm loving this strategy.
My goodness. Okay, he's not out. He's not out. He needs to get in his Pi Prime score, but if his Y Cruncher and his Evolve scores are anything to go by, he's in the running to make it into the finals. This is going to be close.
I mean, even without Evolve subbed in the live rankings, he's already 5th, and then you add 65 points, and he's going to be 4th with one stage unsubbed. So he doesn't have a lot of time, but he's very much still in contention.
Oh yeah, he's definitely got a chance here. So, like you said, he's got, what is that, 40 minutes roughly to get out a Pi Prime score, but that's not a 40-minute run by any stretch. So he's definitely pulling it out of the tricks out of his hat.
And I predict he's gonna just copy the files, shut down, and re-add the display card and go for the remaining sub because he's first in this stage as it currently stands. Yeah, here we go. He's MS configuring it. That is a surefire sign that he's not going to rerun Valve at all. He likes what he sees. He knows that Black Dot's run was legit, and he beat Black Dot by a few cents on the dollar, and that's it. He's going to move on to the next bench.
Wow, Rickon, you can never count out a world champion. That's what we're learning here. Like, that's crazy.
But why the interaction? I'm sorry to harp on about this. Why interaction with other competitors and spectators? I don't know. Whatever. That's the last time I'll mention it. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
I was going to say this definitely throws a monkey wrench into things potentially for Biso because Black Dot is ahead of Biso in a lot of the stages. Not all of them, but enough to make it where he basically Black Dot needs to get a really good valid up, and then he's safe, I would say. I mean, there's always the next group, but if Sebi and or Demon throw up crazy scores this afternoon, it's really bad times for Biso. Now, Sens hasn't pushed himself into the top 3 yet. He hasn't dethroned Biso, but the potential is there. He's ahead of Biso in... Actually?
No,
he's
Biso's still...
ahead of Biso in 2 categories.
No, but you've got to look at the absolute scoring. Biso is still first in 2 stages, and he's second in a third, and he's... okay, the Evolve isn't up yet. He's 4th in Evolve and 3rd in another stage. Like, I don't think he's... I mean, like I've mentioned a million times before, ranking doesn't matter as long as you're in the top 3. Yeah, you're right. Biso is probably not looking in amazing shape to finish first, but it doesn't matter. I don't think he's under any threat to finish below 3rd. And that's what matters for this format.
Well, not for this group, but you got Sebi and Demon and Surgeman in the next group. None of those guys are slouches. So what I'm saying is, if Sens can get the net points, and Sens is ahead of Biso in a couple stages. Biso's Valid, I think, is really hurting him right now. And that's one of Sens' strongest categories, and he still has 2 stages to sub up. So I'm not counting Sens out from getting second. I think Black Dot is still safe, especially considering he's working on Valid. But I would not call Biso as safe as we would have initially thought, especially after yesterday.
But there's
so
only 5.
I
still don't understand what point you're trying to make, because there's only 5 points between Black Dot and Biso. So how can you say Black Dot is safe and Biso isn't? They're almost identical.
There's actually 6, 7 points between them.
I just refreshed and my browser tells me 5. So
okay, what happened then? Something must. Oh, they subbed the Evolve score. Okay, so the Evolve bumped both Black Dot and Biso down. So
yeah,
Black Dot lost more points than Biso.
I think the thing we have to keep in mind is, even though Biso is in the clubhouse, so to say, to use a golfing analogy, Black Dot and Biso are both equally under threat from Sens. So I think it's a fallacy to think that Sens' scores...
No, I disagree, and here's why.
Well, he just subbed an Evolve and it hurt Black Dot.
It also hurt Biso. Now, it hurt Black Dot more, but...
I didn't say that Black Dot was more under threat than Biso. I said they were equally under threat.
You aren't letting me finish. Black Dot still has room to improve in one of the stages, which is Valid. Biso doesn't.
Yeah. I still... I mean... it's a lot to ask for Sens to put as many scores up as you're claiming he's capable of in the next 26 minutes, and for those not to hurt Black Dot at least a little bit, and then also for the afternoon group to be so strong that they can beat Biso, because Biso in isolation yesterday we said he went to town, and I don't know, I feel like his 2D scores, 2D meaning not Valid and not Evolve, are strong, very, very, very strong. But happy to be proven wrong. We'll see this afternoon, I guess.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. This is the setting, the stage that I really enjoy.
And
because
I was about to say Black Dot is running Evolve, but that was just him waiting to go into BIOS. So no one's actually running anything right now. Let's quickly... Let's go back to the comp. Need to up my lip reading game. Yeah, I do have an audio feed here, but it's a little bit much to multitask that. I'm already on about 5 different other jobs. What's Day up to? Not a lot. Sens is booting. Let's see what bench. Any predictions what bench he's gonna launch now?
I mean, it's got to be Pi Prime. That's the only one he's got a sub left.
Yeah, fair.
And I think he's going to do quite well. I'm not sure he can dethrone Black Dot or Biso in the 216s, but if he doesn't make it below 220, I'll be a bit surprised. So we're going to see. He's definitely making some changes to the OS to kind of dial everything in.
So he's disabling power idle, and now on the work tool, what is he doing here? Let's see if I can spot it. He is making sure he doesn't breach the core clock limit by reapplying B clock. What else is he doing? Yeah, he's just making sure all the ratios are correct. He doesn't want to have to spend the time and effort on a run only for it to be invalid, so that's all good. Now, display settings, that was just to check. Yeah, he's mostly focusing on ratios and power settings. And here comes the Pi Prime. What is the minimum run you would sub or save?
I mean, I would probably say anything under 2 minutes 20 because that puts him in third.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, at this point, I'd save anything. Get yourself the points. He's currently 56 points behind Black Dot, so even last place is going to get him in spitting distance. He's 49 points behind Biso. So if he can get 50 points, that puts him ahead of Biso.
How's step one looking?
Now, let me check. 25 is pretty good, actually. I'm going to compare him to Black Dot right here. 25,
I'll compare it to Biso.
25, that's faster than Black Dot. So...
faster than Biso as well is actually on pace for the fastest right now.
Oh my gosh. Now, I think Pi Prime doesn't necessarily scale the same way, but he's faster on step 2 as well.
Yeah, and the gap is widening. He's gone from basically gaining 100 milliseconds a loop right now on Biso.
Jeez.
The return of the champion, eh?
Oh my gosh. 74, that's faster than Black Dot by almost a second.
Yeah, and he's over 300 milliseconds up on Biso, so he's not slowing down. He's still gaining in the order of 100 per loop. But will it finish? That's probably the... I don't think... I mean, if it finishes, it'll be first space, but, you know, it may still fail. Or, you know, benchmate errors.
Ahead of Black Dot. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It has to finish. And this is the one Black Dot struggled with a lot. It would crash at the very end, if I recall correctly. So, it's not a given, but he seems to be doing what I thought would happen. Load a frickin' profile that he knows is excellent, and then just hit run on a bunch of benchmarks. Oh man, 135. Holy cow! That's first place. That's it.
So let's do our mental arithmetic. In the comp
He
stage.
He goes to first.
In that stage, but so that's plus 65. Overall. First place. Okay.
Wow, that's crazy. And Biso loses more points than Black Dot because he's in first right now.
Okay. Well, kudos to him for pulling all that off after swapping boards.
With an hour left, basically.
That's pretty good.
Dang, that's impressive. I'm blown away. That is unbelievable. So.
Hold on. Boom. Is already closed. No. I think. Just
Black
making
Dot,
sure the
come at us
effective is
with a
okay.
valid. Oh, hardware info isn't loading. Oh no! Oh my gosh. Okay, come on. It's getting stuck. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Dang. Speed fastest says hardware info harder than Pi Prime. Looks like it. Did he save the score?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
He, how should I say? He actually saved the score first, and then he pulled up the hardware info just to show to the judge afterwards.
Gotcha. Wow, Sen's back up to first after having, what, an hour and a half of nothing?
Yeah, and
That's a world champion right there.
considering the developments next to him, is Black Dot now gonna speed up his benching, or does he still feel safe?
I would say he probably feels safe, and he still has the possibility of being in first if he gets up a really good valid, because his valid, if he can get golden valid, that would gain him 15 points, and that would knock Sens down another 3. So now, granted, he's got to beat Surge Man, which is no joke, but Black Dot has a lot of room for improvement in valid. Oh no! Data had 4 CPU cores.
Number one will be better. You want the temperature. Yeah. Because we have used now. This is the old version.
Valid up. Black Dot is 5925. That is not great. I'm a little worried about that. Let's see here. Memory frequency 5925. That only puts him in 5th, which gets him 4 points. He's just ahead of Hansky. Oh wait, he went up again there. Hold on.
He's doing the old paint screenshot. I love to see it.
6025. All right. Check that out. I think it's lighter.
Yeah, for sure. We just haven't seen it on stream so far, so I'm glad we caught that.
Yeah, this is crazy. So he's definitely got something figured out. He's cooking. I don't think he's going to be in crazy good spot, but he is definitely cooking right now. And we don't know what he's going to do, if he's crashing or what, so. But Sen's just absolutely crushing it. Okay, so he's moving the file to his flash drive. And verifying that the valid link is there. All right. Sends 135.703.
So
I mean, yeah, at this point, Sens is needing to just improve his scores.
Yeah, this is like the victory lap. We have 15 minutes remaining.
Can take screenshot from our stream. I don't think that's going to be allowed.
No way.
But
I wouldn't supply it even if someone asked.
Yeah, that seems a little bit sketchy. You have to be able to take the screenshot on the system. That's kind of how it goes. Especially if everyone else had to do that. If he's the only competitor that we happen to be watching valid for, that's not cool.
Where do we go from here, Sens? Maybe he does a few push-ups, you know, to get even more buff, because he's kind of done.
Yeah, let's see here. So 6,000 will put him above Hansky. Sebi's at 62.15, but Sebi's got room for improvement on valid. Demon probably does too. He's basically got to get 63.70 or higher to take down Sens, who's in second. So there's, it's gonna be rough. He knows what he's doing though. Black Dot is very good at Valid. So let's
Back to
not count him out
32M
that,
for our old friend, Mr. Sens. Are the rankings live yet, Matt? Is it, is everything official? Is the last score in there for Sens or not yet?
No, it's not yet. So he's still showing in 4th, but he's definitely in 1st. Black Dot's score got updated for memory frequency, though, so that put him up a few more points. He is now 11 points ahead of Biso. Yeah, what's your experience? In my experience, if you get a not exact in round, you basically have to change some settings. I've never had it where I get a not exact in round, hit click rerun, and it actually finishes. Is that what you've experienced in the past?
On a bench-mated run, yes. On a non-bench-mated run, it very much depends on the platform. So
Okay,
he's deciding to move to 7-zip. Is it as a stability test, or does he actually feel like he wants to improve that score? I mean, it doesn't really matter. He's through to the final either way, I would imagine. Yeah, no stability.
Error at the very end. Yeah, and I feel like if you can't pass 7-zip, you're not going to pass any of them. And Day-Day's just chomping away at what looks like chicken... onion rings.
It's making me hungry. Please, someone deliver me some food.
Oh, gosh. Yeah, so... Yep, Sen's scores got posted, so now he is up in 1st by a pretty wide margin, 11 points right now, ahead of Black Dot, and then Black Dot is 12 points ahead of Biso. So that's, what, 23 points ahead of Biso is Sens.
Yeah, I'm going to go to that.
So, sorry, Spokey, you got knocked out. But we definitely enjoyed watching you bench. You definitely put in the work. You did not give up at the end. You were benching to the last second, so very cool to see that.
Yeah, so it's official now. Biso with the only 4-minute 32 as it currently stands, and that's his only stage first place. Otherwise, still sitting pretty with 2 second places. Quite the gap between him and the next. I don't know what to think. We have seen very... it's just so hard to predict whether any of the benches this afternoon will be able to leapfrog, but he's on the bubble, that's for sure. I mean, he's 3rd, so yeah. 2 people from one group coming through to the finals, most likely. So, what about the other scenario? How much would it take to knock out... I think Sens is safe, but how much would it take to knock out Black Dot and Biso? You would have to, of course, have 2 benches in the afternoon really pop off. I'm trying to think in an absolute sense how safe the scores are. I mean, it doesn't feel like 50-100 is all that crazy for Evolve. Sens only did 1 run, and Black Dot spent a lot of time on it, but didn't even end up first in his own group. So I'm gonna make the prediction that that is one of the easiest scores to beat. For stage 5, which is Y Cruncher 5B, these guys had a lot of trouble, so I actually believe that even though we're seeing a bunching of scores in the 2-minute 4-second range here, I do believe a 2-minute 3 and high milliseconds is possible, so that's not unassailable. What is stage 4? Pi Prime. We've seen very little of it on stream, and Sens is the only one in the 215. That's probably kind of safe. Also
Yeah.
extremely bunched up in 7-zip. Does that mean it's maxed or does it mean that it's vulnerable? I mean, I still feel like we saw a higher score than this that was like either invalid or not subbed. So I'm gonna say that's also achievable. Now, what about 32M? We have Sens and Biso both in the 32-second range. Valid, Surge already has first in. So in a sense, that's the one least likely to cause an upset, let's say. What do you think?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on all that?
I think that I'm gonna go with the ones you might be able to take down are Y Cruncher if you've got the right settings, because that one, like, you're gonna have to mess with a lot of timings, which I'm not saying that these guys didn't, but I think Y Cruncher might be one where you can take down, although it's tough. Because even Sens couldn't take down Black Dot's Y Cruncher score. 32M beast. None of these look like they're going to be easy to beat. I would say 7-zip is the most likely to see some gains, and maybe Pi Prime.
Nah, it's got to be
But
Evolve just because it's a
Sens
new bench. I feel like that is, you know, people. It's kind of this game theory type thing, right? Like everyone de-emphasized Evolve because they thought they weren't going to be able to max it. So then an optimized score is currently in first. But then all it takes is for one person to spend more time on it than everyone else, and they're going to crush it. I may be wrong,
Yeah.
but that's my thoughts on that.
No, it's entirely possible there's headroom in Evolve, but the top two aren't that far apart. I mean, you're talking 13 points out of 5,100. So it's
I feel like
and then
that's a
you're talking
function
almost
of the crunch that Sens was in. Had he not gotten first, he would have rebenched. But he happened to get first by a few points, therefore he didn't rebench, and that's why the small gap stood. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying, but the gap from Black Dot to the next highest score, which is Hansky, is dramatic. It's over 100 points. So I think there's room for people to get into the 5,000s relatively easily, but to beat 5,100, again, we don't know anything about this benchmark, but I think that it's going to be difficult to beat Sens or Black Dot in that stage still, especially since the likes of Hansky spent a lot of time on that benchmark. Like, he reran that a lot. And I think, and Biso tried a bunch of tweaks on that one as well and didn't get anywhere with it. So I'm not going to hold my breath that anyone's going to be able to beat Sens in that stage. I would say 7-zip is the most likely. Having said that, Sens just got a 109.4, and the next highest is a 109.2. So,
7-zip is also the least
one.
tweakable though, because it's a multi-core bench that doesn't react to memory as much as the other benches.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I think valid, as long as you aren't expecting to take first, there's room, because I don't think anyone's beating Surge Man.
Yeah.
But there's definitely room in the, if you can get in the 6,300s, I think there's definitely room for improvement. I'm guessing that's what Black Dot's working on right now with 15 minutes to go. So we shall see how that rolls out. But my expectation is that that's an area where you can get improvements. 32M, you might be able to get second. So I'm thinking, like, your best bet is to try to get second in a bunch of stages. I think it's going to be hard to get first. I think valid, you can get second. I think 32M, you can get second. I think Y Cruncher is going to be a tall order. Evolve's going to be a tall order. 7-zip, you can get second. And maybe Pi Prime. So I think the first four stage, or no, all the stages but Evolve are going to be doable for second place. That's the way I look at it. But I don't think anyone's going to be beating any of the scores in first. That's my expectation.
Let's see. I also I know that the point system sort of bunches the results together and makes things exciting, but it's a little bit like Team Cup in the sense that I sometimes yearn for a much more straightforward kind of system where you get bonus points for being first and stuff. Like, if you're beating 8 other benchers in a particular stage, it's kind of annoying that you only get 5 points there compared to second. You know, I'm sort of I'm hoping for, like, if it was me setting up these competitions, I would love a Formula One style system where you get bonus points for first. Like, let's say first gets 100 points, second 60. You know, like, I actually think.
Whoa, that's a big gap.
Yeah, but it's because I'm just sort of thinking of scenarios like, let's say Biso just about doesn't make the final, but he keeps his one first place. I'm like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like first places should be worth more than just 5 points across above second.
Yeah, I agree, but I would not make it as dramatic as 100 to 60. I would maybe make it 70 to 75 to 60. So then it's like, okay, I can afford to get 5th in this one stage as long as I get first in this other one. But I don't want it to be like, I can afford to get last in all these other stages if I get first in this one. I don't want it to be quite like that. But I do get your point. I do think that it would be cool to see a bigger boost for first place. And we're not seeing any movement in the rankings at the moment. Dede's just trying to get his final scores in. He's got 10 minutes to go. Black Dot, I assume, is improving on his valids, but there's no way to know. I think he's still benching. And it's definitely looking like lots of heavy lifting for Demon, Surgeman, and Sevi, especially for Surgeman, since he's been benching all morning already and has to move over to the competition after that.
We have Black Dot working on valids again. So that's almost he's now got a 12k. So that's solid.
Yeah.
More 12,200 now.
6,100. Okay. Where does that put him in the valid rankings? Let's see here. 6,200. So if he can validate that, he's ahead of Sebi. But Sebi gets to go again, as does the next guy, Demon. So, like, this is by no means set. Oh, he crashed. Does he need all the tabs? It doesn't say he needs tabs for that. Maybe that was just... I don't know. If he needs the motherboard, memory, and CPU Z tab. Let me see, does Surgeman have... So no one else has a screenshot up for it. Sense doesn't even have a valid link? Sense doesn't even have a valid link for his valid sub.
Yeah, but like,
And
as we
he
discussed
got-
yesterday, that's just the judges being a little bit late on updating the subs.
Yeah, but
Just
he got that score 2 days ago.
Oh, well then that's, I mean, how should I say? We can point it out to the judges. The file would certainly still exist.
Yeah,
And
but they could be corrupted.
True. Valid link in comment.
Oh, is it? Let's see here. Oh, there it is. Let's pull that up.
Let's check in on Dede's evolution.
Yeah, Black Dot certainly has a hill to climb when it comes to the Valid. And I'm a little surprised he's not doing better because I'm pretty sure his world record is better than that by a significant margin. In fact, I'm going to check that. Benchmarks, memory frequency. I think he might be in the top 10 still. Salty. Oh, League's got a really high one. I wonder
Did he
if
just
just
sub one
got
of the
that this
competitors?
weekend. He got it today.
Nice. Probably just testing then.
Interesting. It's got a picture of the G.SKILL or the.
Data has a
Gigabyte
4841.
guides.
That's very respectable. It's beating the stock run by good margin. So Data is like, you know, from first to somewhere in the middle there. By the time the session ends, maybe.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure Black Dot. Yeah, Black Dot's validated 64 plus before. So now here's the other thing. That was on a different stick of memory. That was because he's got to do it on the supplied memory. That was probably on a bin stick. And that was actually, yeah. So keep that in mind. He's got to figure out this other stick and how it behaves. But yeah, there's a lot of room to gain there for Black Dot.
8,000 CAS 38 for Data.
That's low and loose, but it's a run, so it's better than nothing. Like we've said before. I mean, if he fills out his scores, he's going to be ahead of Hansky, which will keep him out of last. Which that sucks for Hansky. He was having some struggle busing yesterday, and we still have to see Demon, Sebi, and Surgeman finish up their runs. But if either of them have struggles, he could keep himself out of the bottom two even. So Sens is running 32M, which that's one he can improve on. Sens is first in 3 of the stages and second in 2 of them. So, and the one of the ones he's in second is valid. No, he's first in 3, second in 3. Sorry. So he could improve in Y Cruncher, but he was struggling with that, so that's why he's trying 32M. Wonder how he's doing against Biso.
Slower.
I'm gonna pull it up. He's lower than Biso right now.
5 minutes left in the session.
Gotcha. Well, hopefully Black Dot is able to get a higher valid up. That might not be posted till after the session's over, but I'm hoping that can happen. Let's see here. I might actually set an alarm so I can take a nap after this session because I'm
I might do the
getting
same.
tired. So the next session starts at
Look at that. Towards the end of the
2:30
session, we
a.m.
have all 3 in OS. It's a Christmas miracle.
Nice. It is. Black Dot's going for valid. Let's see. Let's set an alarm for 2:30 a.m. Okay. And that will be on, what's today? Today is now Thursday, I believe. It's today Thursday. It's gotta be, right? Yes. Alright. Actually, no. I need to set it for before 2:30 because I actually have to be awake for the start, don't I? So maybe
That would be nice.
10 after. We'll make it 10 after. That gives me some time to get in the call. Oh, this is... I'm loving this. This is a lot of fun, but it's also very hard on my sleep schedule. I wonder what Black Dot's valid looks like.
12,430 effective.
So that bumps him up ahead of Sebi, who gets to rerun. but
Potentially, if he finds the time.
behind
Maybe he
Demon.
doesn't find the time. He has a lot of other stages to run as well.
That's true. He might ignore Valid in favor of other runs. It's hard to say, but would not be out of the realm of possibility because he still has a solid Valid, and he's got 5 other stages he's got to run through. So we shall see. Do 3 more minutes, baby. Let's see what these guys can pull out of their hats.
Sense is done with his run, but
It's an improvement on his run, I believe. Yeah, it's a small improvement on his, so he's just solidifying his position in second, but catching up to Biso in 32M. I'm gonna have to talk to Biso to see how he gets those runs in, because that's an insane run. Need some training on benching 32M. Yeah, and Sens is definitely putting up some amazing scores. He kept it cool even under stress when he was having a bad setup.
So here's a pic of the watch party at Zeus HQ. I mean, the picture quality reminds me of like the 90s, but impressive sized screen we've got there. Now it's on Gigabyte to also supply one, so we can show that on stream as well.
Yeah, that would be cool. So yeah, more people watching than the stream would suggest, for sure.
I just accidentally closed the call. Not enough. Under in front of me. How does this work again? Yeah, Matt, I just accidentally closed the call.
I was wondering what was going on.
I don't think I'm going to bother to even open up the video again.
Okay.
Because I got the image through Discord, and I had like 15 different Discord windows open because I had to copy the link in order to put it in my browser in order to then show it on stream. And then I X'd out of the image, which closed my entire Discord without being like, hey, do you want to close the other 4 windows?
Jeez. All right,
1 minute remaining.
Black Dot got a 62-20 in, which, like I said, puts him ahead of Sebi but behind Demon. So that's an improvement, but nothing crazy. And I'm wondering if he needs to test, if he makes it through, which it looks like he's going to make it through. No guarantees. But he's going to need to do some testing for Valid if that's part of the finals, which I'm sure it will be. Almost always is. Oh man, that's a commanding lead from Sens. He is 23 points up on Black Dot.
This is the final run. We've just crossed the 1:10 p.m. mark, so yeah, we're done. End of session. Any final thoughts?
Alrighty. Good job to Day for sticking it out. That was a rough start, and amazing for Sens to have an hour of downtime before he was able to get any scores up and then just crushing it.
He was just lulling the others into a false sense of security.
He was lulling us into a false sense of security. And then Black Dot, he put up some amazing scores too. He's only first in 1 category, but he's second in another 2 and third. So he's top 3 in all categories. So unless the other guys can do some serious damage, he's still in a pretty safe spot. And I'm not even going to count out Biso. He's down on a couple stages, but the 2 people behind him, Spokey, Hansky, are out. as well as Day. So he's only got 3 people to worry about. And if those guys start struggle bussing, I would say don't count out Biso. His scores are not easy to beat. So he should have, in my opinion, put up a higher valid, but other than that, I think he's still in a solid spot.
Yeah,
How
I think
about
he's
you?
in a great spot. I think he's more likely than not to qualify, but it may be pretty close. It may be like a 60-40 type deal. Ooh, look at the that Zorch is it okay? It's like red at the start at the top there.
Oh,
I'm a bit
yeah,
worried.
I don't know. That's a little terrifying.
No, it's fine. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. We're gonna take our scheduled break now, and I need a lot of food. Matt needs a nap. We'll see you. Oh, you're gone. No, that's just the
There I am.
maximization issue. If I had more monitors, that would work. All right, so it is day 3, afternoon session. It's the last session of the live qualifier. The final 3 contestants vying for a spot in the final. We have in the foreground, hailing from Russia, Mr. Dimon. We have, with the glasses, who just poured, hailing from the United States, Sebi. And in the far, maybe kind of hard to see with the blue shirt, Surgeman from Germany. In terms of boards, we have Apex, and Tachyon. How are you doing, Matt? Did you catch some rest? Are you excited for the last session of this quali?
I did not get enough rest. I am very excited. I am hopped up on caffeine, and hopefully the excitement of this competition will carry me through to the end of the day so I can survive and get some rest. But this is really exciting. We saw some great performances from Black Dot and Sens, pushing Biso down to 3rd, who ended yesterday in 1st. And now it's up to Sebi, Demon, and Surgeman to kind of, take it the rest of the way. You think any of them have a shot of making it into the finals?
They all do. They definitely all do. Harder for some than for others. People can look at the rankings to sort of theorycraft for themselves who has the best chances. I think we have to give very good chances to Surge just because he has that unassailable lead in the Valid. I don't believe either Sebi or Demon actually have a first place in any stage, so that's certainly a knock against them. They all, due to how the competition is designed, have holes in their current lineup of stage submissions, because on the first day they were mandated to run 4 and only 4 out of the 6 benchmarks. So if you see 2 holes in their 6th stage lineup, that's normal. If you see more than 2, that suggests some level of sandbagging or issues with the rig or whatever. We do know that Sebi had to go out and buy a new CPU, right? That's certainly one of the reasons he didn't score last session, right?
So he didn't have to. What happened was he thinks he got the board wet in his last session because he dried everything out and it seemed to work, but he got a second CPU as a backup. And according to him, the second CPU does have a stronger IMC, but he's having a hard time getting it stable. While his 280, so that was a 270K that he bought, while the 285K he came with originally, he seems to have working fine and is much more stable. So he might be sacrificing a little bit more potential performance for a more stable system. So that's what my understanding is. We'll see if that ends up being what plays out, but it does look like he was running some benches already, which is a big step up from where he was, what was that, Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, it's all a blur by now. Matt, can you believe that we're now in session 6 out of 7 total sessions? We are actually very close to the end of both this competition and Computex itself. Has the time passed faster or more slowly than you thought, or exactly the same speed that you sort of predicted?
Oh man, it's a little bit of both. So because my sleep schedule is just completely screwed up, it definitely, like, the days I can't distinguish days at this point. So in that sense, it's all just one big block of time, which makes it seem really long. But the sessions themselves have actually been passing by pretty quick. So especially in the second sets, watching people get their scores up, their final sets of scores up in the qualifiers has definitely been going by much faster. So I expect, despite the fact that I'm sleep deprived, that this will fly by as these guys start putting up scores.
Yeah, I think that is a fair call. I do see Demon in OS, so let's give our foreground competitor his stage to shine on. What is he working on? It is 5B, a tough bench to pass, but he's already on 40%, so he's well on his way.
Yeah, I was watching him there, and I saw that he was in OS, and I saw he kept pouring liquid nitrogen into the pot. So I figured it had to be Y Cruncher, because any of the other benches you think aren't putting quite as much load on, so you don't have to continuously pour. But he was pretty consistent in how much he was pouring. So I guessed it was Y Cruncher, and I was right. So let's see what he pulls out at the end.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because we haven't seen much yet from Demon. He's very capable. He came close to making the final last year in his first appearance, but he does have to put in some work this afternoon. Let's see the score.
Yeah, looks like he's getting a pass.
Yeah, it would certainly be unusual for him to fail this late in the run, but the streamer curse is a thing. 123 is an excellent score to start things. We're seeing a lot of 124s, I thought. Or is this a different bench?
No, so 123, this is a different bench. This puts him, wait a minute, 120?
2 minutes, 3 seconds.
Am I looking at the wrong bench? Y Crunchers? Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
that's
he is
crazy.
first,
that's
isn't he?
First.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Holy
okay,
cow!
There we go. Demon is on fire. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
What's he running? He's actually running a lower frequency.
Yeah,
too.
but
The timings, I don't know what
it
kind of
is Y
frequency
Cruncher,
he's
so
running,
so
but-
everything's in the tertiaries, which we're not seeing here. So, and also a bench that is quite sensitive to OS level tweaks. So just because he's quote unquote only on 4866 doesn't mean all that much. Let's go to, okay, I know it's labeled as Sens. This is actually the middle position, which is Sebi. I will rename that now. So let's Sebi has a lot of work to do as well. Let's focusing on which is 7-zip.
Yeah, going for 7-zip.
Probably a smart move because it's easy bench to bang out, right?
Yeah, 7-zip is theoretically the easiest one to pass. I'm not going to say that for sure, but I would think it's the easiest because I think it's the least memory intensive and it's relying on your multi-core score. Could be that Evolve is also easier to pass, but this is definitely a good way to start for Sebi. Just to get a little bit of a feel for what your CPU is capable of. I know he's done a lot of pre-testing, but yes, definitely a good place to start. If you can take over, I'm going to actually run out for a moment. The floodgates have opened for the restroom breaks, so hopefully
say
I don't
no
have too
more.
many
Say
this
no
time.
more. I'm taking the opportunity to just pop on over to our friends over at the Gigabyte side of the stage. We have Salty looking quite focused there. We have Cookie asking for more LN2. And we have Stavros with the assist. I thought we had employees for this, but it appears there is a truce between Azus and Gigabyte because an Azus supported bencher is helping supply LN2 to a Gigabyte bencher. I love to see it. Make love, not war, has always been my motto here. In front of the stage, that is actually Mr. Dinos. I might just pop out and say hello once Matt is back. I know he had some issues getting into the venue on Tuesday because it's such a large line for the visitor badges, which is, I guess, somewhat to be expected, but also somewhat of a tragedy. Yeah, so Matt, take it away. I'm just going to say hello to my good friend Dinos just for 5 seconds. I don't think you had your headphone on again, actually. I'm just going to pop out to say hello to a fellow Aussie bencher.
Fair enough. All right, wow, Demon just cranking in the 65-pointer right off the bat. That really shakes things up. That knocks down, sends Black Dot and Biso all just a hair. So this is closing up quite a bit. It's, yeah, that sets him up really well because Y Cruncher is so difficult that he's got a good CPU, IMC, good memory sticks, good timings, and that should translate theoretically into really good scores on the other benches. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that's how it's going to work, but, oh, and Sebi's on the 270K, so he did opt for the second CPU. He might have been able to get some, stability out of that thing, and we had somebody flipping off the cameras over there. I don't know who that is, but it doesn't seem wildly appropriate, but can't control everything in here. So, yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on the rankings. Hopefully, we can get back to watching some benching soon. But, yeah, Sebi working on 7-zip. Hopefully, he gets something up.
I didn't tell Dinos to make that lewd gesture at the camera. That was all his doing, if anyone caught that, which was 2 middle fingers.
We did.
But let's go back to the comp, though. Let's go to what I'm calling, but actually Surge Man. So let me take this opportunity to rename the input here. Has he thrown up any scores yet? Ooh, Evolve first. That's a bold choice, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, Surgeman has scores up for 4 out of the 6, so he's got a lot of work done. So it makes sense that he's moving on to Evolve. I might have done Y Cruncher first, but if maybe he did some testing over the past couple days and has figured out some tweaks with Evolve, so maybe he's just knocking that out early. We're gonna get to see that. Again, our rule of thumb is if we don't see artifacting, it's not a valid run, right?
It's not just a rule of thumb. That is an actual rule of the competition, don't you know?
So I think it's when you see the Triceratops that you need to start seeing some artifacting. Maybe not this scene. Might have been another scene with some Triceratops, but I think that's where we saw most of the artifacting. This one, I think, is the one where we saw most of it. So, not seeing it here. Huh. Not pushing hard enough.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think he needs to apply those driver's tweaks and really bug everything out. But not to disrespect him in any way, Serge is not exactly known as a 3D bencher. Just in general, not just GPUs. So maybe this is going to be one of his weaker stages. But he's put a lot of very solid work into his 2D. So he may not need this. This is just to put up a placeholder and then maybe move on back onto stuff he's strong at, basically.
Yep, so we should be seeing the end of the benchmark here shortly. It just does a quick zoom through the map and then goes back to the egg, seed.
14.5K roughly is the end frame.
Coconut, whatever it is.
Egg, coconut, who knows? We'll have to ask the benchmark makers. Here we go. Oh, what a late fail.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Wow, that's rough. Dang. That is rough. Actually, we're going to get to see some voltage changes. Interesting. Don't get to see that all the time in OS.
So, just in case anyone is going to suspect some sort of funny business here, even though the tool he opened up is titled BCLK set, he did not touch BCLK. He only set a memory voltage, which is allowed. Just to recap, for various reasons, 5 out of the 6 stages do not allow in OS B clock changes. Only memory valid allows B clock. So everyone's looking intently at Demon's screen. He has knocked out a 5-1-3-0. Is that a new first place?
Whoa, that is a new first place. Demon is just cranking it, man. Holy cow, you were right. That's one of the stages that could fall. I was totally wrong there. So now both of those benchmarks are benchmarks he already ran. So he is not adding to his current position with those benchmarks. But he's now got 2 first places. That puts him in one of those he knocked out for Sens. So he's got as many first places after this is subbed as Sens does.
Yeah,
so he's sitting pretty.
I mean, it's not completely impossible that we see all 3 qualify from this group. I mean, the way people are. I mean, okay, yeah, it is a tall order, but like, it's not impossible. They've put up good scores previously, and maybe not for Sebi, but he definitely has the talent, the raw talent to make it in. Wow, to go from a stock run at 3K to first place in Evolve, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I thought I saw, I want to see what his CPU frequencies were. Dang it, I missed it. I thought I saw 3 gigahertz in there, which is not his CPU frequency. Maybe he accidentally ran, I can't see his GPU frequency. Maybe you can close those windows really quick so we can get a look at GQZ.
Yeah.
But
2,500.
Okay,
yeah, he's legal.
So he's legit. All right, I was worried that he might not be, but that is 100% legit.
We have all 3 in OS, even though some look to be restarting pretty soon. Where do we go from here? Are we going to have a look at Sebi? I guess we haven't really looked at him yet.
Yeah, I would say look at Sebi. Sebi's master at 32M. He's got some. But now I think a lot of that is OS tweaks he's made on the image he uses typically, so that might be something that holds him back a little bit. But I mean, Sebi's just got to start getting scores up because he currently just has the 1.
Oh, what's this tweak going to be? Core isolation. Interesting.
I'm not sure what that is, but I don't know if he got a 7-zip score up, but they just posted Demon's score, so that pumped him up above DDD, and hot on the heels of Hansky, with 2 subs missing. So he's going to be climbing. Okay, so JD's saying 3 gigahertz would have been NGU or D2D.
Yeah, that's the one that's limited to 30 multi. So
okay,
considering we're limited to 100 beat clock and pretty much everything runs off of that, I'm going to hopefully get this right. 25 iGPU core multi limit. We have 100 beat clock limit, like I said. Then for this bench, is it a 60 CPU core limit and 55 on the cache, and then 30 on NGU, NGD, or whatever it's called? Is that right?
that sounds
mention everything?
right.
And then the multi that's obviously completely a free for all is memory.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see what Demon. I keep saying DDD. They both start with D, but it's going to be interesting to see what Demon pulls out in these other benches, because like almost effortless golds in 2 of the benches already. So I wonder if that just translates to the next ones.
Yeah, I mean, I can forgive you for mixing up Day and Demon, because they both start with D. They both sat closest to the camera, and they're both pretty young. So they're both Europeans. We have all 3 in OS. Stay on this view for a bit, and we'll bask in the glory that is 3 people benching on LN2 simultaneously on stream.
Yeah, we got 7-zip going. Of course, SurgeMan screws that up for us, but that's all right. But yeah, Demon going with Pi Prime, Sebi getting a 7-zip run in. I guess he decided to abandon 32M initially, and it looks like his 7-zip run crashed.
So Surge is doing a straight
nice
reboot,
Aorus.
or attempting to. Yeah, there we go. All back in OS now.
Yeah, it's impatiently waiting for these benchmarks to finish, because I'm going to be able to see both Sebi and Demon's score as they get posted, as they finish up. So 108.478. 108.478 is not last for Sebi, but it's not first by any stretch.
Look at that. We've got an Evolve, a Pi Prime, and a 7-zip all running simultaneously. I love the diversity of benches going on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Pi Prime should start speeding up here. It's the first 3 loops that take longest, and it's roughly 25 seconds per on the first 3, and then it starts going a little bit faster. So Demon's run should be finishing up here pretty quick. SurgeMan just started Evolve, so that's going to take a little while. Sebi's saving his score. So should be getting a result here soon from Demon. Uh, 137. Wait a minute.
Sounds slow.
Okay. It's a little slow. It's not the slowest, but he's behind the top 3 so far in that stage. So, I mean, we can't expect him to win everyone, but it's worth saving for sure. That bumps him up. Geez, he's still going to get 50 points for that, which is going to bump him, I assume, ahead of Spokey, because his...
So, chat, prediction time. We have 3 people benching right now. Reboots don't count. Who's going to have a crash first out of the 3? And Matt, you get to participate too. I'm predicting Sebi.
An all-out crash? I'm actually going to predict SurgeMan.
That is my prediction, because Evolve... it looked like it just hung, but it didn't.
Yeah, that's a we have seen quite a few crashes throughout Evolve. Now, and he's got some artifacting going on, so it's possible. Which means this is a legit run because there was artifacting. What score is that?
Yeah, I'll try to. Right, so
5085.
Yeah, that's a solid run. Oh.
Yep, that's.
I think Sebi crashed. I don't think that was a
you
reboot.
got that one then. So
you owe me more beer.
Not possible. There's not enough beer in the world.
Brew some more then. Come on, what kind of a lame excuse is that?
Yeah, fair enough. So that puts Surgeman in 4th for Evolve. Not a bad score. I mean, he broke the 5,000, which I thought was a difficult thing to do, but these two guys have definitely proven that I don't know what I'm talking about. And Demon improving a little bit, or getting an okay score. In Pi Prime, Sebi getting a 7-zip up. Demon is moved into 5th, right behind Spooky, with one more bench to sub, so that should push him right up. That would be Pi Prime. Yeah, he still has Pi Prime to sub. So I guess Demon was doing 7-zip. So yeah, these first three you can see 26 is not that great. We were seeing the 25s when Sens was running. I think maybe even Sens got into the 24s. So this is not theoretically a very fast run, but it could speed up. This is one of those benches that doesn't the first couple loops don't always represent what the final score is going to be. It's a good thing to go by, but it's not always representative.
Yeah, so
right.
a lot of action. This is, the last session was quite slow. This one is just like bang, bang, bang. It's hard to keep up. Let's watch this one pop up. He may be running. Oh no, he's on high. 138 seems slow.
Yeah, that's it puts him above Spooky, and it puts him above Day Spooky and Surgeman, but he's still behind Sens, Black Dot, and Biso. So what's that? About 50 points? Yeah, that should be 53 points. So huge bump in his score. That would 53 points would put him at 338, which bumps him ahead of Biso. So this theoretically should knock Biso out of the runnings, but that doesn't mean one of the other players can't knock down some of Demon's points to reinstate Biso into the finals. So this isn't all said and done, but that score should absolutely bump Biso into third, or Demon into third. I'm wondering why Surgeman is opting to rerun Evolve. Maybe he knows some tweaks. Maybe I'm sure he made some changes that are going to improve his score theoretically, but he got a solid score, and he's got some other benchmarks he needs to hash out, like Y Cruncher, and he's got to make some improvements on 7-zip and maybe 32M. He's pretty far behind in 32M. He's in the 4-minute 33s, which isn't bad, but there's a couple guys in the 4-minute 32s, which is going to be your target at this point.
Yeah.
Annie asks how the scores counting is going. So you get fewer and fewer scores further down the rankings you go, starting with 65, then it bumps to 60, then I think 56, then 53, then 50, then 47, 45. The exception is CPU memory frequency, which is 65, 61, you get more points for second, third, fourth, fifth, etc. on CPU or memory frequency than all the other ones, I believe. So
Yeah, the comp format is detailed on iRobot. So I believe if you do exclamation comp, that will get you the direct link. You can also browse there. So you do have to press the show more button though. So he's not really improving much, is he?
yeah, I think he was at 5087 and now he's at 5089. So I don't think that's an improvement by much. I mean, it's 2 points, so it's an improvement, but not enough.
So in every stage other than memory frequency, the breakdown is 65, 60, 56, 53, 50, 47, 45, 43, 41. So 65 for first, 60 for second. Mem frequency is 65, 61, 58, 56, 54, 52, 50, 48, 46. I don't know why there's that difference. It's almost the same, but not quite.
Okay, so Demon has been pushed up to third, knocking down Biso. That doesn't mean Biso's out. He's not down by that much. He's down by about 7 points. And if people start knocking off some of Demon's scores, that could change the rankings.
Sure.
So keep that in mind. And but having said that, Demon can improve in some of them. So he's got room for improvement in, well, all of the two that he doesn't have 65 in, but 32M significant improvement, 7-zip, and Pi Prime are the three stages that I think he should run in order to get improvements. Sebi in the 109s now for Pi Prime.
Nice.
Or no, is that Pi Prime? No, that's 7-zip. Sorry. So he's in the top echelon there, knocking down. That'll put him up to third in that, I believe. 109.4, 109. No, they'll put him in fourth. So he'll be just behind Biso in that round.
Yeah, so we had a question in chat whether this is the last day for the qualifier. Yes, 9 total contestants, 3 contestants per group, 2 sessions per group, so 6 total qualifying sessions. This is session 6 of 6 for the qualifier. All of the finalists will be decided right here, right now, in the coming hours. We're around 40 minutes into the session, so another 2 hours and 20 minutes to go.
I thought it was 2 hours. I could be wrong. What's the schedule say? So yeah, it's actually 2 hours. It ends at 10 after 3, so it's almost exactly 2 hours left.
So what's the length of the session then? They started was it 10 past 2? Okay. We're having too much fun.
It was 2:30. It was 2:30, so it's 2 hours and 40 minutes long.
Ah, it's different to last year then. I'm tempted to go back to Evolve. Yeah, he's eking out a little, like a point or two here and there, but is there a false sense of security here? I know, Surge of the 3 had the the most comfortable first session, but still he's kind of chilling here, and I don't know if he can, given the strength of the competition. He should probably start to consider moving on to a different bench.
Yeah, Yi points out something. He had a 5091, and if he can get past 5097, he would move up a position. But I don't. You have to assume he'd have to rerun it like 5 times, assuming he's getting the same uplift each run.
Yeah.
Which means that's a lot of time spent on this one benchmark for one position when he could move up a lot more. I mean, he's in two of the stages, he's in the 40 points. So I would say that's probably a better, and he's got an empty stage in Y Cruncher. So those are the 3 I would say he really needs to focus on. His 32M isn't terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. But he needs to move up in some of those other stages.
Yeah, absolutely. We are early on in the session though, and we saw this morning what the top benches are capable of when push comes to shove, which sends having a remarkable sort of rebirth in the second half of the session, going from last to first essentially in some ways. It is a close competition, Natty. Absolutely agree. I have no idea who's going to qualify, and no matter which three guys qualify, I also am not at all sure who would become champion, because in the final, all the emotions and everything are heightened anyway already, but also you get half as much time to do the benches, and actually the benches are not pre-selected. These benches they've known about for a few weeks, whereas in the final, each competitor gets to pick a bench. One of the judges gets to pick a bench, and Frank at G.SKILL gets to pick a bench. So there is a predetermined list of benches. I mean, you can't just load every single bench that exists onto the SSDs, but the list is very long. You can't possibly prepare for all of them. So it's going to be an interesting mind game. Do people pick something out of left field in order to try to throw the other people off, or do they pick what they're strongest in? Yeah, he's eking out, and he does have the desktop res tweak applied, but I am starting to sense, and yeah, I think if he's going back to 1080p, that probably is the first part of him, the first step in him preparing for the next bench. So we may not see much out of Surge for a little while as he reconfigures his rig, unless he's actually going to try 1080p desktop res, which I hope he doesn't do that. No, he's still deep in the tank. All right. Let's check what else is going on. We have Sebi with a run that he's saving, so that must be worth saving. Yeah, 109.1. Not a massive improvement, but, you know. Oh, he's not saving it.
It's not an improvement. High prime.
Standard
so
rules.
He's switching benches.
I mean, considering he has all of these stages to fill, even just getting into the 109s, he can be happy with that. Now, the issue when you're throwing out all of these scores all one after the other is each individual score good enough to then equate to an overall ranking of top 3? And that's what that mental arithmetic he'll have to keep on doing throughout the session, because it's also a moving target, right? Because he's very much so competing with the other two guys on stage as well. And there's a crash.
Ooh. Yeah, the other thing you got to keep in mind is apparently he is running the 270K, so the CPU he bought yesterday, which means it's like getting into a brand new race car that you've never driven before and having to be able to perform. So he knows that the potential's there for it to be better than his 285K, but he's not as familiar with his CPU, so he doesn't know everything that it's capable of. So it's definitely a lot of work for Sebi right now, and we see Surgeman having another go at it in the Evolve benchmark.
Yeah, Surge, he's doing a bit of a biso here by teasing us by staying on this bench. I would say far too long. I mean, I know we have some scores in the 5100s, but as far as I can see, something in the 5050 plus range is at this point good enough to move on from, and he's certainly beyond that. He's almost at the 5100. I hope he doesn't have tunnel vision and desperately want the 5100, because even though he's only 6 points away, that may be an eternity. So I'm hoping he moves on for the sake of Team Gigabyte. I hope he moves on and starts smashing out some other stuff.
Yeah, that would be really cool. I do think that I think he has the potential to do well. The problem is it only moves him up one spot.
There you go, 3 more points.
So he's tied with Black Dot right now.
which
But
actually doesn't matter because earliest submission still gets ranked first, right?
Yep, as far as I know. So while that's... Uh-oh. Huh. Oh, I wonder if the resolution he was running at exceeded what your capture card's capable of taking in. He upped the resolution to like 4K.
Right.
Which might have been the issue.
No, he's still saving his score. That was just a small option there. So Sebi's on 32M. Let's watch this. Always nice to see loops coming out.
Yep, so they've posted Sebi's 7-zip score, puts him in 4th. He did get a Pi Prime score up. Or wait, did he get a Pi Prime score out? Or did he crash? I can't remember.
We didn't see that on stream, so it's anyone's guess.
Gotcha. I'm going to check to see how his loops are looking in 32M. 175 is not bad on the init. 1279. Let's see what Biso did. He still got the gold. Not far behind Biso, but not up with him yet either. So let's see what...
I mean, it's hard to compete with Biso, right? He's a one of a kind.
It really is. Let's see here. Let's see how he's doing against Sens. Biso is so much farther ahead of everyone else in that. If nothing else, Biso should get at least some sort of award for his 32M performance. He is very close to Sens. Actually, is it... Let's see. 7, he's at 119.1. Sens was at 119.067. So this could very well take second. If not, it's going to be third, assuming it finishes. And with that, I'm going to be right back.
Well, let's keep following 32M. Sebi needs every score he can get, so very little margin for error at this point. It is still early days in this run, though, so let's have a look at Demon. Currently adjusting InOS timings. I wonder for... Oh, Pi Prime, yeah. So, what's his Pi Prime looking like at this point? I don't remember... He may not even have a score. I don't remember that being part of their session on Monday. So, his current Pi Prime is... It's stage 4. He has a 2-minute 18. 2-minute 18... Sounds slow, and it is slow. It is actually in 4th position. Okay, still working things out. Good to see all three rigs running smoothly for once. Pretty much in every session so far we've had some issues, but yeah, maybe not getting the scores yet that the benchers are hoping for, but. Everything's running smoothly. Whereas, yeah, I think this is probably the slower part of the day for Gearby. They've been at it all day, so if they just take a bit of a semi-breather, then we can't blame them. Once again, all we are in West, so let's try to follow everything.
So here's the other thing. Here's the other thing we've got to keep in mind. If Sebi gets second or third in Super Pi, that bumps Demon down, but it doesn't bump Biso down. So Biso is not out of the running. Demon
of course he's not. I don't know why
still
you're like trying to summon up Biso being disqualified. I think he's in a good spot. He's obviously not comfortable because he's third of the 3 that potentially have already qualified, but his scores. I mean, your first instinct on this kind of thing is often right. Like, we both said that was an amazing session and he knocked out amazing scores. And just because there's been other benchers who have surpassed him in some of them since then doesn't mean that they're not good enough to qualify. I still think he's the odds-on favorite to qualify, even though we still have people benching. That's my take on that.
Well, Demon's ahead of him right now. As it sits, Demon is ahead of Biso. I'm not saying Biso's out, but I'm saying that there are definitely things that could bump Biso back up. But as it sits, Biso is out, Demon is in. I'm just saying. Like
Wow.
there's room for improvement everywhere for all the benchers on the stage, but don't count out Biso. That first session, or that second session of his, was just a killer session.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the head, and unfortunately, the only direction is up for Demon in a lot of ways, because I feel like his 32M is still in quite rough shape. He's in the low 4-minute 33s, whereas Biso is in the Demon is in the high 4-minute 33s, and Biso is in the low 4 minutes 32s. And also Demon doesn't have a 109 7-zip yet. So, wow. I mean, the differences are evolve and valid. And at the time these were produced, we didn't have as much of a sense for how Evolve would kind of evolve, excuse the pun. And we thought that Biso's 49.55 was a solid score, but now that we're seeing everyone above 5,000 pretty much, I can forgive him for his placeholder valid. Maybe he just ran out of time or whatever, but clearly is a measured sort of choice that he made there. He could have validated higher, but his Evolve is starting to look like the real weak point in his lineup, because no one else of the potential qualifiers is below 5,000, and he is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. His weak points were definitely valid and Evolve, and like you said, looked like a solid run yesterday. We knew it wasn't going to be the winner, but it looked like a solid run, and now these guys have figured something out. In the meantime, Demon throwing up a 136 on Pi Prime, so that is an improvement. He was at 138 before, so it doesn't let me see, 136.7. I don't think it moves him up. Yeah, it doesn't move him up, but it is definitely a faster run, much more comfortable position than before. He's running at 10,000 cast 32, and I wonder if he can get his TRFC to 700. I've seen guys running that. I think even Black Dot ran 690 at one point. So
yeah, absolutely, he did.
Yeah, so there might be a little bit to squeeze out there, and that is one of those timings that you'd be surprised how big of a difference that makes. But going from 720 to 700 could absolutely net you something, especially in a benchmark like Pi Prime, which is just response to every single time you can set.
Yeah, still some work to do there, but absolutely on the right track there for Demon. Let's check. Surge has moved on. Thank the lords. And thank the universe, basically, that he knows he has other work to do besides evolving. As much as I love the visual appeal of Evolve, it was time to move on. So we can pretty much assume that that's the end of Evolve. Maybe for the entire comp, because do the others still need to do it? Sebi, I guess.
Still needs to do
Sebi.
it.
So depending on what's going on well, first of all, we hope that Sebi doesn't have any trouble and actually gets to Evolve. If he does get to Evolve, maybe quite late in the session, and we may be, having to split our attention. So, yeah, a little bit of Evolve to do, but whether it features on the stream, we'll have to see. So he's saving this score. 128 doesn't sound very fast to me, but it must be an improvement if he's saving it. Yeah, so that's stage 5, which is 5B. So he's going from no score to middle of the pack. So yeah, definitely a worthy score to throw in there. And this will jumble up the rankings quite a bit, because he's filling in an unfilled score with like a 50-pointer roughly. Not enough to get him into prime position in terms of an actual qualifying spot, but he'll go from 6th to 5th if what I have in front of myself here is correct, which is, it's all part of the process.
Yeah, absolutely. it's definitely worth getting the score up, like we've been saying all weekend or all week. A score, even a bad score, is better than no score, and he's still got what, an hour and a half for improvements, more than an hour and a half for improvements. So this is by no means a dead end for Surgeman. He's got plenty of room to improve in 7-zip and Pi Prime in particular. So I think get this score in. Actually, spend a little bit more time on Y Cruncher, I would say. He passed, I think, his first attempt. So I think that's very good. And I think he should do a little bit more tweaking. He might be able to get, hopefully, in the 2:06 to 2:04 range. Hopefully give himself a little bit more breathing room on that. And
Why,
then
look at that German efficiency there. He even has subfolders for the different benchmarks. If that were me, I would barely even find the time to Control C, Control V the files on there. But he took the time. He's in chill out mode because he took the time to slowly type out a new folder for Y Cruncher because it was his first score. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, but I do respect his level of zen and order there, because I wouldn't do that. I would be too stressed out.
So he switched to power saving mode. P core ratio. Okay. So was he running at a lower P core ratio before?
No, I think he's just reapplying the same ratio. I think he's just a little bit paranoid. He doesn't want to exceed the mandated clocks.
Gotcha.
Let's see if this finishes. I don't feel like we did kind of spend much time on Surge in the first session, because there was all kinds of... Well, first of all, he was hampered by the fact that he was, like today, in the furthest away camera position from the camera. But also, there was a little bit of drama, a little bit of excitement in the sense that Sebi had rig issues, and also Deep didn't have a smooth session. So we kind of, if I remember right, on Monday saw Surge's scores kind of trickle into the submission inbox, so to say, while the stream was ongoing, and we were refreshing the rankings. But I don't remember spending much time on his screen, unless I'm totally mistaken.
I don't think so either. Excuse me. I'm pretty tired. Yeah, I don't recall spending a whole lot of time on his screen either, but definitely giving us an opportunity now. I see that Demon is in OS saving a score, so maybe we can switch there real quick and see what he's got going on.
It is an improvement.
136 on Pi Prime. Cool. So he's into, oh yeah, that's a low 136. So he will be in second then, right behind Sens. So that will bump him up quite a bit. He'll get 4 more points.
That's it. He's also in second in the comp.
Is he? I didn't refresh.
Yeah, so he's according to my screen, he's 3 points behind Black Dot, so he'd be 1 point ahead of Black Dot. So now things are starting to solidify. We're not talking about will Guiso make it. We're actually talking about will Black Dot make it in some sense, because he's about to be bumped down to third.
Wow. See, this is the exciting session. You get to see a little bit of bouncing around, seeing how people are going to get affected. Demon throwing up some great scores, and I don't know why we would have expected anything else, but it's definitely impressive to see what he's able to pull off.
How interesting that we're now sort of, I mean, at no point during any of the 2 sessions Black Dot was a part of did we see him run into any kind of trouble, or even just body language wise look tense or anything. And it almost felt like a foregone conclusion that he was qualified. But now that all the all the gloves are off and everything, and everyone's showing all their best stuff, he's quite vulnerable now, actually. And that what looked like an insane run at the time, his tweaks that bugged out my capture card, is now about to be a sort of middle of the road evolve score. It's already no longer first or second, and it may drop down to third or fourth. And then his other weak score is stage 4, which is his pi prime, which I don't think we spent any time on when he produced it. It was just like a solid run, and there was nothing to talk about. But yeah, it's we knew it was weak in 32M and Valid even when those scores were produced, and those were 56 pointers. But yeah, I mean, it would take quite a bit of other work on the stage this afternoon, but he's starting, like his position is starting to be picked apart by the guys who are currently benching.
Yeah, and this is something we were talking about, where the last group has the advantage of knowing what they have to beat. They've got a target now, whereas everyone else is just kind of, let me do the absolute best I can. These guys know what they have to do to get into the finals, and it looks like Demon is working hard to make that a reality. Oh, and he got a B-sod.
Nice. Sebi, let's watch Sebi's 32M run.
Yeah, I'm gonna go compare it to Biso's, which it's not gonna be faster. Actually, I'll compare it to Sen's because it might be faster than Sen's. Loop 13 is 252 or 222.2. 13, 225, 225, 4. So he's still behind Sen's at the moment, which can change, not necessarily likely, but it still can change.
Yeah, still worth finishing this run,
And
though.
this is, yeah, I mean, that'll still put him up into third, and it would put him ahead of Demon, which would bump Demon down. So that is definitely worth putting up. You've got to do that in 3 more stages after that, which is going to be rough.
Interesting times. I just don't know. I mean, it would take a lot for Sens to get knocked out, but both Biso and Black Dot are in trouble for sure. Varying degrees of trouble, but they're both under threat for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. And it could be a situation where Sebi doesn't make it into the finals, but he bumps down the right stages that can switch up the order. And don't count out Surgeman. He's only in 5th, but he's got all of his scores in, so he's just having to improve. He's not having to get scores up. So we keep talking about Demon and Sebi, but Surgeman's still up there cooking.
Yeah, and he hasn't sort of shown his hand yet. I hope he has a higher gear because he is kind of going at a leisurely pace. That's not to say his results are bad. I mean, he needed an evolve, and he got an almost 5100 evolve, which is very, very, very solid. But yeah, the pace of his benching, I would hope can pick up speed later when it's necessary. So we are in the 4-minute 32s. That's always a good sign.
He took down Sens. He's in 2nd. Took down Sens.
Wow. Yeah, this is where, again, I have a little bit of an issue with how the rankings are calculated. You know, Bisu has this killer 32M, but he's going to end up, what, 4th, 5th? But to be fair, he did play with fire with that validation. I mean, yeah, not looking like a smart choice.
He crashed on hardware info.
Wow.
So he saved the score, but he crashed on hardware info. That's rough. That is rough. I don't know if that's going to be valid or not.
Depends on whether he showed hardware info upon boot. I don't think he did, but possibly.
Dang. That's rough. But he can theoretically duplicate the score. So it's not over till the fat lady sings, but definitely rough for him. I'm going to refresh, see if any of the rankings have changed. Still looks to be about the same. Yeah, Demon, 2 golds, a silver. I'm wondering if he's moved on to like 7-zip or 32M. Looks like he's moved on to 7-zip if I had to guess.
And the thing about all this is, you know, Sebi is kind of early in his 32M journey, so speed fastest is on point there. It's definitely possible for him to get first in this stage. If he already, okay, that crashed run, we'll have to see if it's submittable, but he was in the 600 millisecond range, and Biso has a 488. So over the course of a 4-minute run, that 100 and something milliseconds is very, very little. Maybe just a flat rerun with an open of the hardware info before the run, please, might be good enough to get first.
They did sub his 4-minute 32.617, so I'm guessing it's considered valid because they did submit it.
Yeah. Someone's asking if that's Shaggy. Yes, it is. Shaggy is behind Matt. There we go. Shaggy and Day are watching the proceedings.
Yeah. Shaggy made a comment in Discord that he's too pretty to have his face on camera, so you just broke the cameras. All right. So Biso did not take a hit. Actually, that helps Biso for Sebi to get second in Super Pie.
So we have all 3 benching, and all 3 benching 3 different 2D benchmarks. What's Demon doing with that kill all? Surely 7-zip doesn't benefit from kill all.
Yeah, I can't imagine it does.
All right. We have a new Surge Man, but that's low. Is he really saving that? Is his current 7-zip so bad he has to save a 108 low? Oof.
Yes.
I'm starting to get concerned for my German compatriot and fellow Gigabyte user. If he's spending the time to save a 7-zip that is in the bottom half of the 108s, that's a concern.
Yeah. I'm going to have to agree with you there, but an improvement's an improvement. It actually, is it even worth saving? Is it above anyone that he's going up against? It's not. It's like, if you're not improving past the people now, Demon's is only a 108.6.
Yeah.
So 108.4 is not far off, but if you're not pulling ahead of all the other competitors.
Yeah, but it's tough to keep an eye on all the rankings and stuff.
That's true. That's true.
But one would hope that he at least remembers what his previous score was, and he's only about 200 mips up on that. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is getting dicey for Surge. Also for Sebi, to some degree, the one who's cooking is Demon. But yeah, Surge, I don't know. He's going to have to show us more than he's currently showing us.
Yeah, the other thing that we've got to worry about with Sebi is he's run Super Pi, which is definitely a strong suit. It was one of his stronger benches. He's got a decent 7-zip score in, but nothing to write home about. He's in the 109s, but not. He's the lowest of the 109s as far as I can tell. He's got to get Y Cruncher still, which that's going to be a tough one.
So, yeah, Surge is going nowhere fast. His rerun was identical. So, currently not that much point in going to him. When he switches up benchmark, I will go back to him, but it doesn't seem as though he's getting anywhere with 7-zip. He should probably just pack it in at this point.
I think Sebi's 7-zip or Pi Prime score that he's getting right now is looking pretty good. He's in the low 25, so nothing crazy. But I think the stage 3 being under 75 is actually a good spot to be in. So
On
I
pace
think
for
Sebi
first.
is on
Yee or Stats Cruncher is giving us all the intel. Nice.
Yeah, Sebi's cooking right now. So Demon and Sebi are cooking. Surge Man is simmering right now. So we gotta turn up the burners on Surge Man, get him cooking. But this is definitely looking to be a good score from Sebi.
So the scenario we were talking about earlier about Demon officially going into second and Black Dot into third is now has come to pass. So I think we're starting to get into the territory of Black Dot is under threat and Biso's already gone, and not fully, but we're very much getting there, which means we are guaranteed to have a new finals lineup, because if you remember, in the past 2 years, the finals lineup was identical. It was Sebi, Biso, and Sens. And if Biso is out, that means we have at least one person in the finals who wasn't there last year, which is always good to see. No hardware info crash
Sebi
this time.
Yep, Sebi is in a very close second on that run. It's 135.8, Sens is a 135.7 in first. So Sebi gets 60 points for that. He's going to bump down Demon and Black Dot on that one, which is going to hurt those guys. And he's going to bump down Biso. So he's bumping down a lot of people on that one, leaving Sens alone up there at the top. But I think there's a potential he could take down Sens here.
And isn't this crazy? I'm going to go show my browser, because we're talking about how Sebi is in the running, even though currently he's technically ranked last behind Diddy. Isn't that crazy how this competition works, where you have to kind of work off of things that are about to happen and that things that will most likely happen in the future. So this is the current rankings. I just hit F5, and what we're essentially saying is that Dede's out, Hansky's out, Spooky's out, Biso likely out, Black Dot under threat, and Sebi and Surge still in the running, and actually the reverse of the actual ranking, because Surge is not looking as strong as Sebi right now.
Yeah, I definitely think that Sebi's got a chance. Let's hope he doesn't run into any issues before the end of the session, because he still has Y Cruncher to get through, which is a tough one, and Evolve. So it's definitely heating up quite a bit. Demon is not in OS right now. He's just cooling things down. Sebi appears to be running a benchmark. I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's still on Pipe Prime.
Yeah. So that is even faster, I believe. He's in the low 74s on step 3. That could be first right there. Which,
Yeah,
if you get
I
a
agree.
first now, you move on to the next benchmark. Like, it's possible that Demon or Surgeman can take you down, but it's not likely.
Yeah.
He's also running high priority instead of real time. I wonder what that's about.
So Surge has rightly given up on 5B. Let's check where he's at for Pipe Prime. Is that a hang? Maybe he's nowhere.
Pi Prime takes 25 seconds for the first loop, roughly. So,
Yeah, I know that. I just sort of assumed that he was like sort of almost done with the first step, because we went there. Oh, 29. That looks rough.
29. That is bad. Wow. Oh, did Sebi crash? He might
Looks
have
it.
crashed. Demon's on 32M, and he's restarting it. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, Sebi's moving on to Y Cruncher. He's happy with whatever he got in Pi Prime.
And rightfully so.
Yep. I think that's a good call, because this is going to be a really tough one. the gap from Demon to Black Dot isn't insurmountable. It's only 8 points. So if the right people chip off some points from well, Black Dot's still safe right now. Biso is in rough shape. He's down by 11 points from third.
Yeah, at
He
this
still
point,
holds the fastest.
Biso needs to hope for some disqualification, some scores being pulled and stuff. He needs some outside help for sure. But Black Dot also isn't comfortable at all.
Yeah, this is definitely heating up. I'm pretty sure Demon's safe. If Surgeman somehow starts pulling tricks out of his hat, he might not be. Sebi could definitely dethrone Black Dot, but it's no guarantee at this point. Black Dot has all third and fourth position rank, or no, second, third, and fourth position rankings. He's got 1/4. Or wait, no, he's got 2/4, 2/3, and 2 seconds. So that averages out to third in every stage.
So Demon is challenging
But-
for 32M first, so we'll stay on this unless it crashes.
Okay, and just a heads up, Sebi's 7-zip or Pi Prime has been posted, so that puts him up into second for Pi Prime. That knocks Black Dot down even farther, but it also knocks down Demon farther. So it's actually more costly for Demon than Black Dot. Black Dot lost 3 points for that. Demon lost 4.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna compare loops because I feel like the 32M that is maybe about to be broken has been kind of in place in situ there at the top of the rankings for a long time. So let's go into detail on this. So loop 11-2-3-1. No, he's slower now. He's slower. It's not going to speed up in the second half. I mean, we'll watch it finish anyway because Demon's existing run is probably a lot slower than this, but I don't think there's much of a chance of a first place out of this anymore. It would have to speed up an insane amount.
True, but it could take second place away from Sebi still. So
Yeah,
we need to keep an eye on
what
that.
rank? Oh, not a convergent. Okay, well that nixes that idea.
Never mind.
How much of an improvement is Demon aiming for here? What's his current ranking in that stage?
He is really low actually. He's
Okay.
last or second to last? No, third from last.
Yeah, he needs
So-
to loosen up a lot of tertiaries and things and he'll rerun because he's not a million miles away from passing, and pretty much any pass at these settings will be a massive improvement for him then.
Absolutely. I think that's a stage where he could settle for third behind Sebi and still be happy with where he is, because Sebi still has to get through Y Cruncher, and he has to get through Evolve. So that's a tough spot to be in. Not insurmountable. Sebi's posting up some good scores, but definitely a lot of work still to do.
Yeah, like, okay, a 26 first stage is a lot better than the 29 we saw earlier, but that still seems rough. I thought we were seeing 25s and 24s with some of the other benchers.
Oh, and he crashed. He B-sawed it.
Whoa. Yeah, Surge is officially in trouble now. The other two are cooking. So he's both currently not in a qualifying position against the benchers who are already done with their last session, and also kind of losing ground in a sense virtually to the other two. So he's in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, this is basically Sebi has to get second or third in the rest of his subs, and Demon just has to improve. 32M is definitely the one. He has a lot of room for improvement. He could easily get 10 more points from an improvement there. So actually it would be 11. If he took third, it would be 11. So that would be...
I mean,
that would mean he has to beat Sens, which is hard.
Sens looked super comfortable earlier, and I know rankings don't matter, but it's certainly within the realms of possibility that Demon takes first away from him in the overall ranking. He's not that far behind.
Yeah, it's definitely within the realm of possibility. I think where he would have to get that is in 32M and in 7-zip. I think those are the two areas where he could more easily get those points back.
True.
So it's going to be interesting to see which benches he chooses if he can get his 32M up really fast, which he's currently working on.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe just the head-to-head comparison quickly. Demon already is beating Sens in Evolve. He's beating him in Stage 5, which is 5B. So no point in focusing on those. He already has super strong scores there. Stage 4 is the Pi Prime, so it's he's only 300 milliseconds behind. Pi Prime is worth taking a look at, but like you say, the 32M is a big one, and valid. I mean, he's only 100 real clocks behind in valid. So if he has time to play with at the end of the session, there are actually 4 total stages that he's behind in. But if he does put out, I mean, 109.4 in 7-zip, I think is a tall task. No one else is anywhere near that. We have 108s, we have 109.1 XXs, a lot of those. So I feel like 7-zip is the most untouchable of Sens' scores in relation to Demon. I don't know what Sebi is cooking up. Like, skip 7-zip, skip Evolve and 5B, of course, because you're already beating him there. So Pi Prime and 32M are the prime targets. And if you have time, maybe have a quick play in Valid, because he's not a million miles away in that one.
Yeah, there's definitely room for improvement. The reason I said 7-zip is not because I think he can beat Sens. It's because if he can take second, that improves him 7 points.
Yeah, absolutely. His 7-zip is quite a bit down on a lot of other guys. Yeah, but I was just making the comparison specifically between the two, and I will stop interrupting you now. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. That was a good point. In comparison to Sens, yeah, I would say Pi Prime is your best shot. He's not far behind, but if you want just sheer points to try to knock Sens down in another way, I think 32M and 7-zip are the play. And I think you're absolutely right. There's room for improvement on his Valid, so that would be my third choice. I would not try to challenge him in... I would not try to challenge him in Pi Prime personally, just because there's... You could take second, but it's going to be difficult. Because Sebi is really close to Sens. Sebi's got a better chance of taking down Sens and Pi Prime than Demon does. Demon has a lot of work to do to get even to Sebi in Pi Prime. That's
300 milliseconds in a 2-minute plus run surely is achievable, isn't it?
It's achievable, but it's not where I personally would focus. I'm not saying that would be a bad strategy. It's just not what I would choose to do.
I mean, absolutely, it is a tougher target than 32M. Don't get me wrong. However, by process of elimination, it should certainly be on the menu. I mean, my let's say order of priorities would be 32M, then a little play in 7-zip, but if you don't get anywhere, move on to Pi Prime. And then if you have time left, go back to 7-zip or do a Valid. And Valid is always tough to switch to because it's a totally different kind of bench, so I would certainly forgive him for not going back to that. But I feel like Pi Prime has got to be attempted at least. For how long? That's a whole different sort of discussion, but yeah. We have Sebi. Let's go back to Sebi. He's also cooking something up. I was back to 7-zip. I was struck by how quickly Demon was applying his 32M tweaks there. I was having a hard time keeping up with all of the power tweaks and things. And just to mention it, I hadn't seen I don't know if it's a personal preference thing or if it's actually a tweak, but did you notice that he maximized the benchmate window just before minimizing it and then hit run? I haven't seen that before. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'm not sure. This is a minor improvement. It's a 1-point improvement for Sebi.
Wow.
1 point. Sebi, I think you're barking up the wrong tree with this. Not allowed to do that. Not allowed to do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
What do you do?
Sebi, he increased the BCLK.
Okay. It's
I
not going to help anyway,
I
is it?
think he did. I think he did increase the BCLK. I could be wrong, but
I mean,
is a big no-no.
at least on Twitch, there is that function where you can like go on live. Like, if any viewer feels like looking back at that, you can go back in the timeline and watch like 5 minutes ago or whatever. But yeah, I think he went from whatever it booted to 100.075. Yeah, there's Annie. Okay.
Yeah, that's.
We may have
That's
to inform the
dirty.
judges.
That.
What's his effective clock?
Sebi.
That's hold on.
6004.50. But. Man. Jeez, that stinks.
Yeah,
That's
I didn't.
not worth it either.
Yeah, I didn't have. But I mean, I don't really understand. Like, would he otherwise not be able to post these memory settings? Like, just. If you're gonna go to 107, as long as it keeps your effective clock below the limit, it's legal. But it's got to be booted into OS.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not. And you know what's crazy? Well, first of all, that's not an improvement. Sebi, I really hope I missaw that. I don't think I did. I really hope I missaw that.
I'm rewinding my own Twitch stream to check it. You keep talking. I need to find the spot in the stream.
So that guy, JD says he went down from 100.83, which would be probably 100.083 to 100.075. But
That's allowed. Going down is allowed. Going up is not.
okay, I'm. It should be checked, but I hope that's what he did. I don't think Sebi would do something like that, but I also know in the heat of the moment, you're kind of gonna try to do anything you can to win.
Yeah, I saved a time stamp so I can go back to the exact spot in the VOD if necessary later on. And the sub, I hope the sub just gets superseded. Then we don't have to do all this futzing about. But yeah, in case that sub stands as his best 7-zip, we'll have to have the judges take a look. All right, let's see what everyone else is doing. Let's go back to Surge. I don't think he's really on a heater, but let's just see how bad things are, basically.
I mean, he's in the 25s on this first loop, but that's the high 25s, so that's not a good sign. And the 51 should be in the 50s, so he's just over the 51 threshold. Not looking great.
How is
So
Surge's
we'll see how that
existing
works out.
score, though? This may still be an improvement.
I'm sure it will be.
Oof.
Oh, man.
Can't even pass that.
He's having a hard time.
To watch Demons in all this controversy, we forgot that Demon may potentially have a good 32M on the go. Loop 22, I think it's going to pass. Is it fast enough to also improve upon the current first?
It's ahead of Sens. 23, 414. It's not ahead of Biso. So it's a big improvement for him. It'll boost him up 15 points and knock Sens down 3.
36.
So that's a net 18. That's a net 18 points.
Wow.
Compared to Sens.
Wow. That means 18 points means he's 3 points behind Sens. I think.
Oh my goodness.
Considering how strong all the scorers are now, I think we have to start talking about the fact that Biso is essentially out, and Black Dot is not just worried; he's very much on the edge as well. What's with this benchmate window maximization thing? I don't know what it does. Like, it's an odd.
So this
sort
is
of tick to
interesting.
have.
You say Biso's out, but this run actually helps Biso because Demon doesn't beat Biso, but he takes down Sens and Black Dot in the rankings, but doesn't hurt him. So that actually is going to get Biso closer to Black Dot in score.
True, but what's the gap? 11 points is a lot to make up without either bench or benching. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I'm not. Look. It's unlikely that he gets bumped back into the top 3, but I'm saying it's not impossible.
Who else is benching? Let's go back to Surge. We do have a black screen for Sebi. Is that just a reboot, or has he applied Evolve tweaks? I don't think he's going back to Evolve, is he? He already has a Evolve, doesn't he?
He does not have Evolve. Nope.
Okay, we'll have to keep an eye on that. So
yeah, Sebi is currently second to last because he's missing Y Cruncher and Evolve.
Who's killed my world record stage camera? God damn it. So we've been live an hour and a half. We're basically halfway through the session. Let's go back to Surge. Not Sebi Surge, the other S person. I'm going to have a look at this bench, but just to pre-warn you, I do need to take a break soonish. So if this is nothing special, it looks like he's about to just cancel it. So not a good sign. He's wiggling his mouse. Is he having some sort of code bug issue? You wouldn't do that unless you wanted to put extra load on the system to stop it from code bugging. Yeah, no,
that's a bad run.
He's having some sort of. He's not tearing down, but he's having some sort of rig issues. Okay.
He was at 57 mega or 5.7 gigahertz.
Can
57
Paul?
multi.
Can Paul or someone check if? Well, I'll just pass by and check what Sebi's doing, but because it seems to me he's applying a similar tweak to Black Dot, and that's breaking the capture chain. Let's stay on this view. I gotta go pop out for a bit. I'll pass by the stage on the way back and see what's going on. But yeah, interesting times.
Yeah, for sure. So it's definitely getting spicy. Black Dot. I am so finishing 4th. Look, not necessarily. You still have a shot. Surge Man is not improving much. Can't beat a Sebi in that form. Sebi still has to finish his benchmarks though, and you never know when a session can go wrong. So, there's still a chance. You've still got a chance, and you've still got some strong scores up. Yeah, I know Sebi too. He's very good. He's also, so this is something, I don't think he's going to do this, but he has been known to kill hardware before. It's definitely happened. So, and he's got some of the hardest benchmarks to get through. He's still got to put up Y Cruncher, and he's still got to put up Evolve. Evolve is, I don't want to say it's a slot machine, but it's definitely a challenging one. And Y Cruncher is very challenging to pass, so. It's possible Biso is mathematically out of the running. It's gonna depend on a number of things. Demon's 32M score when it gets posted. Demon's 32M got posted. Why is it in third? Oh, or second. Sorry. Wait. Who's in second? Oh, Sebi got second. That's right. So Demon is in third. So that's not quite as big of a boost as I was expecting. And it did help out Biso compared to Black Dot, but not a whole lot. So this is going to come down to a Sebi versus Black Dot scenario. That's basically what it looks like. And you've got to give each of them credit because Black Dot holds the position, but Sebi has the chance to come back and fight, whereas Black Dot doesn't. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. And Surgeman, I mean, you can't ever count him out. He's got that memory valid up that is incredible, but he's not performing well in the other benchmarks. And you can't be strong you can't be a one-trick pony in this. You've got to be able to do stuff in all the benchmarks. So 32M, we got Biso, Sebi, Demon, and then Sens. Sen still holds 7-zip and Pi Prime. He's second in Valid and Evolve. Demon posting a crazy 5130 in Evolve. You would have placed yourself there before going. Seems you were right. So, Black Dot, you say you would have placed yourself in fourth before going. Did you expect the three that you think are going to be ahead of you to be ahead of you, or would you have swapped out some of the contenders? Well, I'm curious. Surge suffering the Gigaboard curse. I believe that's possible. Gigabyte has a way of having some funny stuff go on. Seems everyone is where they should be, in your opinion. Yeah, I mean, you gotta say, Hansky, Spokey, and Day-to-Day, they put up good showings for being rookies, but that is what they are, is rookies. This is their first time here. All the other competitors have been here before. I think last year was Black Dot and Demon's first years participating in the live sessions. So definitely good to see them improving year over year. Black Dot, did you get fourth last year? I think you got fourth or fifth. I can't remember. It was a crazy time. But let's see here. You got sixth last year. So even if you get fourth, that's an improvement. So something to be proud of. And you did an amazing showing. We thought for sure, and you're still not out of the runnings. You're still not out. We thought for sure at the end of this last session you were a shoo-in. You and Sens. And then I would not have picked Demon, and this is no crash against Demon, and I'll say this, Demon is exceeding my expectations. I always thought he was a very strong bencher, but he is surpassing what I had expected, especially after his first session. So he's playing it cool and doing very, very well. And actually giving Sens a run for his money in the rankings. He's only 7 points behind Sens. So despite the fact that Sens was able to pull something out of his hat, he's doing it. Demon is definitely putting in some work. I'm curious what he's working on now. Is he working on, I think he's working on 7-zip, which is what I would do. 1080p is gone again. That's going to be up to Unity to figure out when he gets back. I think he's probably working on the camera for the world record stage. So I keep refreshing the page to see if anyone's posted up some new scores. It's currently pretty static. Surgeman seems to be sitting still. Yeah, Surgeman is down in the dumps in 3 of the 5 stages, and in the other in 2 of the other 3 he's not in a very strong position. I wouldn't say he's in a bad position, but he's not in a strong position, so he's got some work to do. Sebi just needs to stop worrying me. He's down to 1 hour and he still has to do Evolve and Y Cruncher. So what I would do if I were him is I'd figure out Y Cruncher, get a good score in there, and then run Evolve. Because like I've been saying all weekend, in theory, if you can pass it in Y Cruncher, you can pass it in everything else. I'm not sure if that's true. Black Dot, I'm curious, what did you think of Evolve as one of the benchmarks? Since you're in chat, if you're able to give us some feedback as far as how you think of it as a memory benchmark, since that's what we've got going on this year. You really liked it. Good. I'm glad to hear that. That's actually really awesome. Did you see a lot of scaling? I'm not going to ask you to give away any tweaks that you may have found, but was there a lot of scaling? Seems to scale well in React, actually, the timing's cool. Good, good. Love to hear it. Very, very glad. Good feedback. I'm glad the guys from Evolved have been working with HardwareBot in getting this benchmark up, and I'm really glad to see that it was able to be implemented.
Well, you're getting to see a nice little show with all the models and all that. I just had a little walk across the entire stage. That left camera is cursed because someone keeps dropping like bags on top of the extension board and like that unplugs it. But I did manage to fix it. There's a massive crowd out in front. It was really challenging to get to the left side of the stage and crawl through. Yeah, Surge was not looking fantastic. The other two guys are locked in, but when I passed by, yeah, when I passed by, both screens are blank, so I actually don't know what they're sort of working on right now. Demon's booting up. Let's have a look there. Still trying to get a 32M out? No. Onto 7-zip. Okay. What did I miss, guys? Sebi's still in 8th, so... not much seems to have happened. Sebi is my model.
All right, Demon back on the 7-zip train. I think that's a good call.
I think so. What's his current... Oh, that's right. This was the whole discussion we were having between Demon and Sens. He hasn't... I mean, his 32M that beats Sens but not Biso is legit, right? It's just not on the rankings yet. Is that the case?
It is legit, and it is on the rankings, but Sebi is ahead of Demon by, what?
Wow.
70 milliseconds.
Okay. Yeah, it's like a lot is happening, but also a lot isn't happening.
Yeah, I mean, Sebi needs to get out his Y Cruncher score. That's hopefully what he's working on, because if he doesn't get that out, he's in big trouble. And Black Dot is in chat, and he said he basically resigns himself to 4th. But I told him, you never know what can happen mid-session. Something can go wrong. So,
oh, decoding error. That's a rare one.
Sebi's messing with his system. Is he swapping CPUs? Sebi's got another system up. Sebi, if you look, he's got another pot mounted. He's got 2 systems set up. So he's probably got his spare board with his spare CPU and his spare pot ready to go for other benchmarks. It might be for Valid or something, but yeah.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I'm totally not
Still
zooming in
running.
because of the models. This is literally this is because of Sebi. In case anyone gets the wrong idea.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see. Did he produce a score and he's calling a judge over, or is he discussing some failures? Looks like Demon is saving a score.
Yeah.
Just
Oh,
may have
no,
just
he's
saved
starting
a
a run.
score.
This is Demon. He's
I
starting a
think
new
he
run.
just finished saving. Yeah, he had a bunch of other tabs open though right before you clicked his screen. So let's see what he's able to pull out. Any updates in the rankings? Nothing yet.
It's starting to kind of, I mean, it's early days, right? But it's less than an hour left now. So it's,
Yeah, I'm not sure early days is the right phrase.
it's starting to look like a Sens Demon. Help me out here. Who's the third going to be? I've lost track. Bisso's out, right? Like Sens Demon Black Dot finals. Is that right? Is that what we're looking at here?
It's at the moment, yeah, because I don't know what Sebi's doing right now. He's been he's been out of the operating system for quite some time, and he needs to get White Cruncher in. So we're gonna have to see.
Yeah, so it's odd. It's like the session started out so strong to the point where I almost thought we'd get, 2 qualified from the session, but or maybe even 3. But now I'm sort of thinking the only person who's still delivering at the moment is Demon. Surge is way out at sea.
Yeah.
I mean, I know.
He crashed on trying to boot, that poor guy. Oh, that's rough.
So we have Sebi gesticulating at his rig and smiling. So what's Demon up to? Let's watch. I mean, his last run was in 108s, but let's watch this score pop up.
Yeah, this is gonna hopefully be good. It's not as easy to tell with the MIPS.
What always gets me with 7-zip is how there's like 2 22s and 2 23s or something. No, that's not good enough. Yeah, he's still working on that.
Yeah, that's not an improvement for him. So it looks like somebody said Sebi's setting up his other CPU for his 32 or his White Cruncher run, but it did not look like that for Sebi from what we just saw. So yeah, Black Dot, don't count yourself out just yet. Sebi has a lot of work to do still, and he's got less than an hour to do it. He's got 50 minutes. So.
Okay. I'm trying to get eyes on the camera really is well positioned for it. Let's focus on our other 2 contestants then, Sebi and Demon. Demon's a machine. Sebi is on struggle street right now, and so Surge is on an even bigger struggle street. But Demon's just chugging away at every task in front of him, and the stretch goal is definitely valid. But I certainly anticipate him improving his 32M and maybe even high prime.
Good to see a Black Dot have a good walk. And you're going to find out in the next 50 minutes or so if you have made it to the finals. Sebi is... I don't know if he's laughing at himself. He seems to be struggling quite a bit.
He had rig issues last year as well. This is starting to become a theme. I don't know what happened in the year that he won. I wasn't commentating then. I wasn't watching in any sense because it wasn't a stream. But last year he also kind of had these kind of issues. So now he's...
Yeah, he definitely did have issues in the finals last year. That kind of he and Biso both had issues, which kind of handed Sens the victory last year. So
Yeah.
hopefully, I don't even see him booting or posting right now.
Yeah, very far away from that. Let's even though I'm not a fan of Kill All, let's see what Demon has going on here in 7-Zip. He's trying to improve, and it's a good stage to focus on, but so far no returns. You know, the runs are bumping up and down, but he's not even able to match his currently posted result, which is a 109.1 XX, I believe.
Yeah. I think if he doesn't get better results here soon with this, I would just, I don't know, move on to Valid. But he's kind of in a position to where he can't get knocked out unless one of his scores gets pulled. But he's sitting pretty. He's a good 30 or 20 points ahead of Black Dot, 21 points ahead of Black Dot. So it's between Sebi and Black Dot at this point to get into the finals.
He didn't. Lumi says he did improve, so there is a 109.237 up. But did that actually get him anything? It might be below the other 109s that he's trying to beat, right?
Yeah, I don't think that got him any places because he was at 109.19.
He
So
is guarding against the
Sebi.
Sebi improvement, though, so that's still a worthy of his time, I feel like.
True, but I don't think Demon has to worry about Sebi. I think Black Dot does.
Yeah, but Black Dot isn't benching right now, so...
True.
He's actually going for a walk. He's very far away from being from benching. No, as in like... no, thank you. What I'm trying to say is, because placement within the 3 doesn't matter, and he's currently second, and Surgeman is in a world of hurt, the only person he is directly competing against right now is Sebi. Sen is not currently benching, Black Dot is not currently benching. So it kind of makes sense in a way for him to run 7-Zip because Sebi, that's also one of Sebi's improvement targets, potentially.
I think Sebi's improvement target is booting at this point.
I shouldn't really laugh, but you know, yeah, it is kind of true. Demon, yeah. Don't know what he's aiming for here, but whatever he's trying to do, it's not working.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to actually get a better run in. So it looks like he might finally be throwing in the towel and getting ready to switch benches. What bench he's going to switch to, I'm not sure.
He's already put up his 32M run. It's not first, but it's certainly good enough for qualification. So it's kind of slim pickings because he's already first in Evolve, which seems crazy to talk about because he, for the longest time, was the guy on 1,000 score. Maybe that was a sandbag. He is the only person in the 2-minute 3 range for 5B, so certainly not going to do anything there. I mean, he could have a pipe prime play if his game plan is to have a go at every bench. Since he's already done 32M and he's already working on 7-Zip, pipe prime is the logical next place in a sense. However, I wouldn't put it past him to revisit 32M. It just depends on what his mood is and whether he wants to push hard or cruise, because I sort of feel like he's qualified. It's a question of Black Dot versus Sebi in a lot of ways. No longer is his qualification in doubt, I would imagine, unless you see some sort of path to him being knocked out, because we would need 2 people to improve significantly in the standings, and Serge is just too far away from that right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's through. My thoughts on the 32M is I'm guessing he's not going to rerun it because I don't know if you remember earlier how many not exacting rounds.
There we go, pipe prime. Yes, I called it.
Failures.
This is the right. This is the right bench to move on to. Yes, let's do it.
Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think 32M would be the right move. He barely got his 32M in. Is he increasing?
No, he's decreasing.
Okay.
He's essentially, and a lot of the Zeus benchers have been doing that. He's trying to guard against the effective clock in Benchmade drifting too high, and he obviously has 100.0 flat selected in bias, but there is some clock drift, and he's correcting down the B clock in OS post the fact, because I don't know if you want to mess with trying to post below 100. That gets funky quick as well. So the right approach is just to boot flat 100, and if it drifts high, correct it in OS downwards.
Yeah, speed fast, and it is against the rules. Oh, B-side. It is against the rules to increase BCLK in OS. You can decrease it, but you're not allowed to increase it. They're enforcing a strict limit on BCLK, and you cannot exceed 6,005 megahertz, so 6.005 gigahertz. So they have to guard against that, and every system has a little bit of drift on the base clock, so sometimes you're going to have to decrease that, probably almost bench specific. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I still don't see Sebi getting into OS, which, if he's got that other system right there, and he's not able to get into OS on that one, I would just swap systems.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh wait, he is in OS. I think he's in OS.
He is not, or his camera, his capture chain is borked. I can do a reinitialization of the capture card. Otherwise, I am out of options. I'm not gonna mess around with the cables.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's in OS, and yeah, I think it's probably a capture card issue, which isn't the end of the world. We'll be able to see the scores come up as he posts them, but he doesn't look like he's having fun, but it does look like he's actually going somewhere, so that's a plus.
Yeah, he may have chosen to directly connect his monitor. That's certainly a possibility. Getting a black screen out like that is unusual. I usually get a no signal, but then again, I haven't tested my capture cards under every scenario that exists, so... So, Demon kind of did a fake out. He started pipe rhyme. Obviously didn't like what he was seeing, and now he's back in his favorite pastime, which is 7-zip. But I don't think he's gonna get the returns unless he was able to tighten a timing he wasn't able to tighten earlier. I don't expect an improvement here.
Yeah, I don't either. I think he's barking up the wrong tree. Could be wrong. He knows a lot more than I. Yeah,
horrible score.
That's a bad score. Terrible score.
So we kind of don't have anyone to go to here. I mean, we can partake in Surge's suffering, but I feel like that's cruel at this point. Let's see what he's doing. It's always interesting to see people's troubleshooting process. He is very, very, very likely out at this point, but let's see what he's sort of working on here.
Yeah, he's in rough shape. I mean, if you think about it, he's splitting the field. He's in 5th right now. We expect Sebi to bump up ahead of him, which would put him down to 6th, but that's assuming Sebi gets his scores in, which we're not entirely sure is going to happen. Correct. I don't know if there's anyone on the showroom floor watching things happen live.
Paul is usually in chat, and I saw him next to the stage, so maybe Paul can provide some feedback.
It's possible, yeah. It's definitely, I'm curious as to what Sebi's up to, but he's not visible right now. So, yeah, that's weird. We're seeing SurgeMan go for 7-zip as well as Demon. So, similar benchmarks right now. Hopefully SurgeMan can get a decent score up.
I'm already, I mean, maybe as a bit of a behind-the-scenes type story, I'm already running the contestants' rigs through my best capture card in terms of reliability, so I can't swap input. Really, I very much doubt that input is dead. I can do a little bit of software debugging, but in terms of anything else, he may very well have pulled the splitter, the HDMI splitter. That wouldn't surprise me. Demon.
Yeah, he doesn't look upset.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming life isn't complete hell for him, but
Demon has half an hour left. Isn't this the point in time where you sort of YOLO it and start to clean up whatever you have left to clean up? Ooh. Is that an improvement? I think that's his first 109
No.
too. No, there was that sub that came in off stream. But he's at least getting close.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's a
Yeah,
pour
Subby's
happening.
definitely in OS, and I think he's running Y Cruncher. It's just a capture card issue, whether it's the cable unplugged or something else. But maybe I can DM Paul.
Yeah, slip into his DMs. He always enjoys that.
Yeah. Let's see here. Where is he on my list? Can't be that far down. There he is.
We have benchmark there as well. So just to summarize for the late listeners, I think it's sort of fair to say we have Sens and Demon, unless a massive moderation thing is going to happen. I think Sens and Demon are safe in the final, so congrats to them. Then definitely eliminated we have Dede, Hansky, Spokey, and Bis, again, unless there's a massive thing that happens. Sad to see my main man, so after his big session yesterday, not actually qualify. That is a bit sad to see. As per the live rankings, we have Black Dot certainly in the runnings, and Surge is in the kind of weird position of having scores up everywhere, but being a little bit too pedestrian with most of his scores, barring the validation. He has nothing above a 53 pointer. So if Sebi can't get his rig running, then Black Dot is in sort of by default. If Sebi can show the kind of pace he was showing earlier in this session, then Black Dot is likely out. But we are running extremely short on time. So I would call Black Dot the odds-on favorite, especially seeing Sebi touch his head there in frustration.
So I've talked to Paul, and apparently he is running Y Cruncher. He was under the same impression that we were, that he couldn't boot, but it was that the capture card wasn't working and he couldn't see the screen. And Paul says he heard he passed one time but started Y Cruncher before Benchmate was ready.
Oof.
So that's a rough one. But if he passed once, in theory he should be able to pass again. So let's hope that works. And he's going to have to get a Y Cruncher and an Evolve run in, though, in the next 30 minutes or less. Or it's about 35 minutes.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add his capture card as like a small little window on this view, and I'll start messing around with settings. I don't... Ooh, I think it's back. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, no, that was Demon. Okay, let me first do a little bit of housekeeping and rename all the inputs so actually they match up.
Man, he is dead set on getting a better 7-zip score. Or that's Pipe. Oh, this is Searchman for Pipe Prime.
Yeah, let's give him his due and just check in on him briefly in case he's figured out his issues. That's always a possibility. Like we mentioned earlier, about a 25-26 second wait for the first stage. No, that's not an improvement. Okay, well, sucks to be him. We have Sebi back. Let's go to Sebi.
Okay. So he's getting into Y Cruncher. We don't know if it's fully stable yet.
I mean, he's gotten into the 20% range, which is sometimes White Cruncher insta fails. So now we're at 40. What does he need here? How low of a score can he just save and move on from?
I don't know. He's at 224, and he needs to get to 332 to match or beat Black Dot. So, oh wait,
That's a fail, isn't it? It didn't go to 100%.
okay.
Or maybe it's not.
So he had to restart.
Ah, yeah.
But so he's gonna need to. Here's the thing that's rough. The 2 stages he has left, Black Dot has good scores in.
Yeah.
So even if he gets 100 points, 50 in each, he's behind by 8. Or yeah, he's behind by 8. So he's got to get at least, and I think he said this, 53 in one and 56 in the other.
But hold on.
To beat Black Dot.
Demon is hot on the heels of Black Dot in 7-zip. So if he's able to pass Black Dot in 7-zip, he would actually help Sebi, because that's a big difference. So then Black Dot would lose 7 points. Is that enough? Let's just assume Demon passes Black Dot in 7-zip, and let's assume that Sebi gets 2 scores in the remaining stages that are behind Black Dot. Is that enough, or it gets really, really close, doesn't it?
This is really tough. Sebi just has to get scores up, and let me see what he has to do to get. If Demon bumps down Black Dot loses
7 points
in 7-zip, 3 points. So that puts Sebi 105 points behind, which means he would need 53 and 53 or somewhere around there, which means in Y Cruncher to get 53 he would need 2-minute 4.9, which is very reasonable. That would be beating Biso. So and the other guys are in the 2-minute 4.1s. So Biso's score while in the 2-minute 4s is a big gap to Sens, who is next up, and then in Evolve to get 53 he would have to beat Surgeman, who's at 50.85, which is not easy, but it is doable. I think his better play, he's on the bubble.
Yeah.
Sebi is on the bubble if he can't get things to pass, but that does require Demon to pass Black Dot in 7-zip right here.
I think he needs help because he essentially is currently behind Black Dot in all 3 of those stages, including 7-zip. I don't think he'll have time to go back to 7-zip, so he kind of he basically either needs to beat Black Dot in both Evolve and 5B, or one of the 2 plus help from Demon. So it's starting to get really iffy because the time we're finishing at 5:10, right? So we have 32 minutes left. Is that right? A lot of time.
Yes, 32 minutes. That's not a lot
Demon,
of time, especially since Evolve
266. Is that enough? Yes, he's
266
just beaten
Black
Black
Dot.
Dot by 6 points.
Oh my gosh, he's helping Sebi. Wait,
The
did he
stars
get the
are
save?
aligning.
Did it crash?
The stars are aligning. I don't think it
think
crashed.
I think it.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. He just put his head in his hands. I think it crashed.
He may not have been keeping temp because the system was at idle. He probably, because he's 2-potting it, he may have just let the temp drift while he was trying to save the score, and it was enough to crash the system at idle. This is like,
Oh my gosh.
this is cinema right here. This is just getting crazy.
In Sebi, basically Sebi, you need an okay score in 2 benchmarks. Actually, you do have to get good scores in both of the benchmarks, but they don't have to be golds. So,
Wow.
here's the thing. This is something Sebi kind of has in common with Biso, is he doesn't settle for good. He only wants the best. And at some point, you kind of got to like cut your losses and just get a good score in.
So let's talk tomorrow, just briefly. Demon consistently has gone for the position closest to camera. Sends like middle, and Black Dot likes the far position. So in a way, that finals lineup is kind of very harmonious because they won't be fighting over seats or standing positions because everyone has their little corner of the little piece of land, you know, already carved out. Whereas if the lineup is Demon, Sens, and Sebi, Sens and Sebi have, a fist fight to determine who gets what.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be tough. We still have to see if Sebi can get his Y Cruncher running. I want to see one pass, even if it's not like his best score. I want to see what kind of ballpark he's in. Here's the other thing. If he does get the gold in Y Cruncher, which will not be easy, Demon is crushing it in that. It's not even close. So if he can beat Demon in that knocks Demon down, but more importantly, it means he does not have to put up a great evolve score.
Correct. I mean, everything has to go right from here on in.
Yeah.
We do have to keep eyes on Demon, not because he's under threat in any way, just because what he's working on has implications for Sebi. Surge has gone on to 32M. Let's just have a look at his loops. They look okay-ish to me, not great. Let's pull up a comparison to Black Dot, let's say. Because I think Surge in certain situations can also play spoiler.
He's actually in spitting distance of Sense. He's behind Sense, but he's in spitting distance. So this is actually a pretty strong 32M score.
Yeah, I think he's kind of out of the runnings for the finals. What we haven't talked about so far is that he can play spoiler for either Black Dot or Sebi potentially, but it is a fail. Okay, Sebi's run is about to be spit out. Let's have a look.
Come on.
That's a good score.
123.7. That is a great score. That
First
is
place,
behind
right?
Demon.
Oh,
but
just
it's
about.
second. It's second behind Demon.
But
that gets him up to 60 points.
It's only the second 2 minute and 3 second run so far, right?
Correct. He is just behind Demon. He's got to move on to Evolve now. He's running out of time.
I mean, behind Demon is a great place to be in terms of that stage because his score is absolutely killer. Let's make sure. I mean, we have.
So let me do some quick math.
We have all eyes on his rig. I think the judges are also aware that they don't want to waste any time. They want him to get his score, cut and dried, and then he has to potentially do a lot of things like pull the display out card and things like that to get Evolve set up. So it's not trivial what we're asking of him to produce, but there's also the potential of an assist from either Surge or Demon.
Okay, so I did the math. With the rankings the way they are, with Sebi getting that score, he needs 44 points in Evolve.
That's
which
easy.
Is almost trivial. Like, it's not dead last, but he's got to beat Spokey, essentially. And that'll put him up into third.
Let's just make sure.
So that's definitely
legit.
doable.
So why is he opening Mem Tweak It? Is he really thinking about a rerun? I think that's crazy.
Dude.
Because Mem Tweak It settings don't persist between boots. If you were considering, you know, moving on to Evolve, he wouldn't even open that. Yeah, he's actually doing a rerun. What a madman. He's the American Bisso, you're right.
Oh my gosh.
Hit
But-
reboot. Hit reboot, please. My heart. It can't take it.
Oh my gosh, he's doing it. Oh, coefficient too large. Just don't even try, man. Don't even try. He's trying. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Just run
Nerves
a
of
ball,
steel.
beat Spokey, and call it a day. Ah, he's stressing me out. This can't. Okay, I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back, but this cannot cost him qualifying.
Wow. Let's check in on the world record stage. Ah. Here's the two long fellows having a little chat. Now what is he doing? I sort of think Demon might be packing it in. I think he knows he's done enough. He's zorching up. I think that last sort of strange little issue with 7-Zip where he may have let the pots get too warm either got to him or told him he's had enough. Is Sebi confident this is, I mean, I'm just not sure this is the right use of his time, but as long as he's still in OS and doesn't have a hard crash, if he recovers his system from a hard crash and then goes back to 5V, I think we can officially call him totally insane. But this is still within the realm of what I find acceptable. While you were gone, Matt, I sort of posed the question of, I feel like Demon may be sort of just tearing down. He's sorting up his system. I think he knows he's done enough, and that what was it, 109.266 run he got, he wasn't able to save. I think that just sort of was his swan song. I think he just, yeah, he wanted to tear down, rest up, and be ready for the final tomorrow, which I can't blame him for.
Yeah, not at all. I think he's definitely worked hard to get where he is. I think he's doing quite well. And Sebi's now posted that Y Cruncher score, which actually bumped Sens down. So there's only a 4-point spread between Demon and Sens. So I think Demon was actually more upset that he couldn't get the next highest score to take down Sens, because that would have put him up to 60 points.
Yeah, so he would have actually qualified in first, right?
No, I'm wrong. That would have put him up to 56 points. And so he would have been 1 point behind Sens.
Well, has 109.260, and that's currently worth 60 points. And Demon's unsaved run was a 109.260. So, no, it would have been enough for first place overall.
Second place behind Sens, I believe. But oh wait, no.
No, as in second place in that stage, but enough extra points to get first overall.
Correct. That would have. So I think that's what he wanted, which I gotta applaud the like being disappointed not getting first, like or to pull it off.
I believe I'm right in saying that has very, very minor implications in the sense that this comp, as in the live qualifier, is defined as a comp in the hardware bot engine, and finishing first gets you competition points for the season and career ranking. So maybe that's what he was actually shooting for.
That could be. That very well could be. Okay, Sebi. Okay, hard crash. Sebi, you hard crashed. Go to Evolve. Please.
Please. Pull your output card. Come on. Do the sensible thing.
Goodness.
Please. end the suffering.
Does he not realize he hasn't run one of the benchmarks? Maybe he just doesn't realize.
I mean, it's certainly within the realm of possibility that he has a lag. Like he, at some point earlier in the stream where we totally missed it, produced sort of placeholder score that's good enough, that hasn't been subbed yet. But I find that far-fetched because Evolve, requires, unless you're BISO, it requires you to pull the card and do a few other things, reconfigure the OS. That would surprise me.
Yeah, he's booting into OS. Please just open Evolve. Do not forget there's another benchmark required.
Okay,
Black Dot would thank you for forgetting.
Wow. Sebi.
No.
Someone needs to tell him. The ranking is
gosh.
on a screen behind him. He can't keep doing this.
You gotta be kidding me!
He's got 20 minutes.
He's got.
And he's not really getting anywhere anyway, so it's senseless in for two different reasons.
Yeah, throw up a bad Evolve score and you'll qualify. Like, it doesn't have to be good. I need to try to be quieter. I think the wife is sleeping in the other room and I cannot make too much noise. She'll be mad at me. But holy cow. Oh, he's stressing me out, man.
I mean, if this ends up being the difference between him qualifying and not, he'll be the first person who doesn't qualify in this comp where I'll say, well, it's totally deserved. He could have run Evolve. So he'd better know what he's doing because he'll be opening himself up to a lot of criticism if he doesn't know what he's doing. And, he's been a bencher long enough to know that not filling a stage is highly penalized because you basically get 40 plus points for free just for clicking run.
Yeah, the other thing is, Evolve, we've seen plenty of times Evolve has crashed. So that's entirely within the realm of possibility that his first run doesn't even pass.
Remember when Demon initially ran Evolve? He was at stock and he did like 10 reruns before he got a pass. So
yeah,
you're totally right. I just wouldn't be playing with fire like this. It's totally unnecessary. It's kind of a sequencing issue. Like there's nothing to stop him from going back to Y Cruncher as soon as he has the placeholder. Why not get the placeholder first? And then whatever his remaining balance of time is, yeah, go to town, use all that on 5B if you really have that itch. But right now, he's really risking way too much.
Yeah, this is not worth it. This is totally not worth it. Black Dot might be jumping up and down in his boots once he sees what's going on.
Yeah, that's insane.
Oh my goodness.
It's also one of the long benchmarks. If he was just getting the itch to like rerun 1M like 5 or 6 times, I'd be like, okay, that's not a lot of time spent. But he's rerunning a 2+ minute bench several times, not getting anywhere with one more stage to come. I mean, this is kind of not good time management, to say the least.
Not at all. And it's literally just watching the timer tick down to, like, I don't know. It's just it makes my skin crawl watching this happen.
Those Americans, eh?
Oh my gosh. Please,
what's
just
he doing?
Evolve now.
Pull the card. He pulled the card. He just pulled the card. He's doing Evolve. I think he's doing Evolve.
Good.
Thank goodness. I just saw him, my own 2 eyes, swap the cable from the card to the USB out. I think he's switching to Evolve. And it's high time he's doing that because he has 16 minutes left to produce a score.
Oh, I think League just looked at him and was like, why haven't you run Evolve? And Giuseppe was like, I'm getting ready to do it. I think that's literally what happened.
He'd probably say it in that exact tone of voice as well.
Yeah.
Jadic is enough. Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's like egging on a competitor to beat him. That's how cringy the situation is.
Wow.
What's up going on? Well, literally no one's benching. Let's quickly go back to the world record stage. It'll take a tiny bit of time for Sebi to get set up for Evolve. He does have to wait for a lengthy posting process because the motherboard has to realize that there's a new display out now and kind of train that up. He has to fully reboot, like boot back into OS. He may have to do that config change we've seen several benchers do, and then that requires another reboot. So we're a few minutes off even seeing him launch the benchmark. So I'm predicting 5 o'clock on the dot, maybe around the time he first presses run. So he's cutting it very tight.
So looking at the rankings, he has to get 45 points, which is taking down Spokey's score. Spokey was running 4800 memory CL32.
And look at this, he's just still messing with cables. He's not even physically set up yet for the bench, never mind OS-wise.
Jeez.
This is...
Oh, he's breaking my heart.
It may still work out, but it's still... that's what they call in the business, in the psychology sort of business and the sports psychology sort of area, they call this results-orientated thinking, which is even if it does work out, that doesn't mean that his approach was correct. Like, he is taking unnecessary risks here.
Yeah, absolutely. He spent a good, 15 minutes longer on Y Cruncher than he should have.
And you and I both kind of got the sense that it wasn't going anywhere. That run he got was, to me, like a pop. Like, it kind of was a lucky run to some degree. Like, I don't think that run, like, even the moment it popped up, I got the sense that it wasn't easily replicated. Never mind beat. And that was the moment it popped up. Never mind 15 minutes later where he was just going absolutely nowhere, you know, timing here, timing there. It was easy to predict that he wasn't going to improve his record. And even if he was, it wasn't really worth it, you know.
Yeah, I agree. It was wasted time, and now he's down to 13 minutes and counting, and he's not even in OS right now. So.
Yeah. I mean, I thought I was being conservative with my prediction of 5 o'clock on the dot for the first run, but he may even run the first time out, you know, later than that. And the run, how do we expect the run to be? I think it's like at least a 2-minute run. He's all he has to do pass a stock run, and that may actually be asking too much at this point because he's under such a time crunch. This is crazy. Well,
and it looks like he's having struggle rebooting, which is also something you can always run into. You never know with these systems that take
I actually don't know why he's pouring. Why is he pouring? He can put up an air score. Just stop pouring. You've got a heater on there. Stay at like -20 on both pots. Don't risk extra condensation.
Okay, he's in OS.
Okay. I said the first run will be at 5 o'clock. Let's see how my prediction holds up. We're 2 minutes away. Okay, I was...
Oh, that's bad. Look at that FPS.
It just ticked over to 459, so I was about 65 seconds away from
he's
bang
got to
on.
reboot. Yeah, he's got to reboot because the I think his iGPU clocks are too low.
But hold on, wouldn't having that run finish been enough for him to qualify?
No.
Okay, he does need to beat a few
that
people.
Would have been slower than Spokey's.
So he
doesn't need to push hard, but he does need to push a little.
So he's in this really uncomfortable middle ground where he only has the time for placeholders, basically, but he needs something that's slightly better than a placeholder.
Yeah. Okay, let's see if he figured out why his run was so slow. He's in OS.
Right. Ooh, and now the capture card drops.
Oh man, so we don't even get to see it. Ah, rough. Okay, he's running the benchmark. I can see it from here, but
Yeah,
we can't actually see it live.
Let me try to reinitialize the capture card, but I don't think that's gonna do anything.
Is Paul up there? I might be able to get him to give us a live update on score. If anyone can contact somebody on the stage to give us a live update on score, that would be awesome because our capture card is dropped. Yeah, there's Paul. I'm going to DM him.
He's still running. I can see the little info window on the bottom right of his screen.
I'm putting Paul to work. He's pulling out his phone to check the message I just sent him.
We have Lee.
He's shaking his head.
Lee crouched down. Yeah, the bench is still running. I can see motion on the monitor, and it's not tanking FPS. So I assume if you can finish and save this score, it's enough. But we are at 1 minute past the hour, so extremely tight margins time-wise now.
Okay, so Paul can't see it either, obviously, because he's on the other side of the desk, but... Did you get a score out?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah, oh.
Nope, he's rerunning.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
All right, I'm running out there, and I will give a thumbs up to the camera. He's beaten it, I guess. I don't know what else to do.
Okay. Okay. We'll keep an eye on it. This stuff's getting tight. That's not the angle we need.
Okay.
There we go.
As long as I'm in frame, how am I gonna do this? Okay, I'll go out here. You guys can zoom in on your side if you need to, and I'll go out and see what's going on.
Okay, sounds good. We've got a reconnaissance guy here for us. This is so close, man. It's got 8 minutes left in the session. He's got to spit out a score, and it looks like, did he just reboot? I think he just rebooted. Oh my goodness. Did he crash? He's torching up. He's torching up. That's not good. He's in rough shape. Wow. Oh, I don't know what to think, guys. Oh, looks like Unity's walking his way back. Holy cow. Said that he was having issues launching the bench.
There's basically nothing to report on. As soon as I got view of his monitor, he was torching it up. So I don't know what the issue is, but it doesn't really matter what the issue is. He doesn't have the time to fix it, basically. So I'm tempted to say provisionally Black Dot is through, because I just don't see this coming together on time, you know? I just don't.
We'll see. I'll be right back, but I think there's a chance. I still have hope.
Oh, I mean, there's always a chance, but you know, it's just so hard to diagnose this sort of thing. So there's a run going now. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna go back out there. I didn't know if his rig was gonna come back up or not. It kind of looked like he was having issues, but I'll go back out there.
All right, I'm back. So just so everyone knows, the score to beat is 4925. That's what he's got to beat. So we're keeping an eye on it. Obviously, they're going to find out before we do. So Unity is keeping an eye on things for us. It's just... this is so intense. I don't know what to say. Is he running the benchmark? I assume he's running the benchmark. Oh, Black Dot's sitting there looking for some info too. He's 5 minutes left. Yep, 5 minutes left. Which I think he can get one run in and then one rerun. But I don't think he can reboot and then rerun. So we are definitely on the cusp here. Has to be, what did I say, 49.25. So he needs a 49.26. 49.25 won't cut it. He has to get 49.26 minimum to win. Let's go. Uh-oh. Oh, it looks like he crashed again. Because Unity's on his way back. Oh, no.
That run finished, but it was a 48.56, so I think we're basically on the verge to calling it, because not only do you have to get his run out, it has to be faster than his current run, and I don't know what tweaks he can possibly apply in 4 minutes to achieve that. I just don't think. Yeah, okay. I was just going to check on the capture card, but I think it's official. Black Dot was in front of the stage, asking me how the run is going. The run looks smooth enough, but it's obviously hard to distinguish with an untrained eye the difference between a 48.50 and a 49.50. But yeah, we have our three finalists. I'm calling it.
I'm not calling it till all of the time is up. Sebby's been known to pull out some tweaks.
Oh, you fanboy.
Hey, I'm allowed to. I don't think he's in OS though, so that's a big issue, and he's got 3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left.
So
he has to get.
This rule hardly ever applies, but I believe I'm right in saying that these competitions are run similar to qualifying in F1 in the sense that any started lap counts, even if the timer expires. Mm-hmm. I think that's how this works, but even getting the right pace of run going within the next 3 minutes, I think is too tall a task for him right now.
Yeah, he's not even booted yet.
Yeah.
Oh no. He just spent too much time on Y Cruncher. Oh no. He's even, look at his, he's even saying
and deserved qualification by Black Dot. He had a game plan that made sense. He was smiling. He didn't spend too much time on any bench. We at no point criticized Black Dot for spending too much time on a bench. We criticized plenty of the other benchers for that. And Sebi, the worst offender, before we knew what it would cause in terms of a result, and especially now that he's cost himself the final.
Yeah, I'm thinking you're right. We might have to call it because he's not even in OS yet. He has 2 minutes left to get in OS, get his tweaks done, and get the benchmark started. I don't see it happening, and Black Dot beats him by 1 point.
Is that taking into account this 48 whatever that I just told you about? Or
yes.
I'm not sure I saved it because it wasn't enough. So Sebi will not finish. They
posted it.
Okay. All right, that's fine. It doesn't really matter, right? I mean, it does matter for the prize money, but this is not what we're aiming for here. He clearly wanted to qualify for the final, and his suboptimal game plan has cost him that.
Yep, he's down to less than a minute. He's done. I am with you. There's no chance of him getting into OS and getting the benchmark running before the time limit. It's just got way too caught up with White Cruncher. I don't know what he was thinking.
Why is he even pouring anymore? I mean, it's over.
Look at League. League looks so disappointed.
Oh, the bad toss. Oh my God, someone clip that.
Jeez.
It's a disaster of his own making. It really is. I'm sorry. Like there's just no excuse. You gotta have some awareness of what's required, and to leave an entire stage unsubbed this late is just inexcusable.
Well, and that's what I've been saying all week long. Bad subs are better than no subs, and that's exactly what we got. Black Dot. I'm not saying Black Dot subs were bad. I mean, he's in the top 4 in almost every category. Top, yeah, top 4 and top 6, but and top 2. But yeah, Sebi he did not. And to be fair, Sebi did put up a bad score in that evolve stage.
Yes.
But he had to improve just a little bit. He just did not allocate his time well.
So, to the left of our screen was Smoke, aka Vlad, who has been mentoring Demon. So he must be happy that his mentee has made it into the final tomorrow. So now that it's no longer speculation, barring, of course, any kind of pulled subs, moderation, and the like, we have our finalists. It's no longer a repeat of the previous year. We have Sens, Black Dot, and Demon. So 2 first-time finalists. And actually, I'm extremely glad by that result, because if you think back to last year when we were co-commentating, Demon and Black Dot were on the bubble. They, I believe, if I'm remembering right, finished 4th and 5th. And they were not super close, but very much in the mix till the very end, and then were beaten out by the usual lineup of Sebi, Sens, and Bisso. So now we only have Sens returning to the final. And the crazy thing is, he's only returning because Bisso, who is not in the final, was nice enough of a human being to come to the exhibition center with a spare board. Without the spare board, Sens would have been dead in the water. So that's if there is a sportsmanship award for this competition, it has to go to Bisso, because I'm not sure you or I would have gone to those lengths.
I absolutely would not have. And the other thing I want to shout out Bisso for is that 32M run that still stands.
Yeah.
That was an incredible run. Even the likes of Demon and Sebi could not take him down. So he is the 32M king as far as I'm concerned. Hard times for Sebi. I'm sad for him, but like you said, he kind of did it to himself. And Black Dot managed his time properly. And yeah, Demon, congrats to him. His 2nd year running is making Black Dot and Demon both 2nd year running, getting into the finals. So I want to give some encouragement to the likes of Day, Spokey, and Hansky. You may not have done well this year, but come back next year. Could be in the finals. So keep it up.
Yeah, and the honorable mention, both the sportsmanship award and the honorable mention does go to Bisso, because we have to kind of cast our minds back to yesterday. He didn't have any targets to hit. He was in the unenviable position of being in the first group out of 3 to do the 2nd session. And we can't really fault him. We can kind of fault him for his valid. That is an unnecessary risk to only sub 10,000 and whatever. But besides that, he put up runs that looked good enough at the time, but ended up not being good enough. So he's been very vocal of his criticism of the format, and he's kind of vindicated, because I didn't meet a single person who said after Bisso's runs that they weren't going to be good enough. We have a group chat ongoing with the Aussie overclockers. Everyone said Bisso's on fire. I talked to some of the judges. They said, man, that Bisso guy is a machine. You and I talked about it. Nobody said, wow, I don't know if that's going to be enough to qualify. It didn't end up being enough to qualify, but he was certainly disadvantaged by the format, wasn't he?
Absolutely. And the other, I do want to say one thing about Sebi. Sebi had an uphill battle today, So the fact that he got as close as he did, considering he needed to sub 5 of the 6 stages with a new CPU that he hadn't really benched before, he did well, but he could have done better. So, yeah, good showing, but just a little bit better time management would have netted him the final.
And I've got 2 of our 3 finalists in frame right now. Demon in the foreground, and Black Dot on his phone. So,
Yep.
and it's good to see. And they're the 2 new finalists. We all know what Sens looks like because he's been there before twice. Yeah, I'm glad it's not a rerun of the previous year, which is kind of what happened last year. I'm glad to see Demon in the. I mean, my 2 sort of spots are SkatterBencher and Demon, and they both had an excellent showing this year, and I'm happy that one of them made it. Demon is a machine the same way Bisu is a machine. Sebi is also a machine, but sometimes a machine that sort of malfunctions in some ways.
Yeah, I can't fault him too much for getting tunnel vision, because I'm not even sure he was keeping that close of an eye on the clock, and he was very close to taking gold in Y Cruncher. It's just you gotta see the bigger picture sometimes. So, and I think that kind of thing can happen to any bencher. It's heartbreaking to see it at this stage, when the stakes are this high.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just asking a judge when we can expect the picking of the stages for tomorrow. If it's soon, we maybe stay online. If it's a protracted process, then I guess we'll go live a little bit early tomorrow and talk about it then. Yeah, will the stages be picked soon? I'm also not sure. I mean, it's really tough to pick like a favorite for the final, because Sens was able to turn it on really, really, really quickly, but also he didn't have a flawless session 1. He and I don't think that was an act. He really looked dissatisfied in session 1. And the only thing that saved his session 2 was a text to a competitor. I can't, in good conscience, pick him as my favorite, because it's weird. He finished first, but he had a lot of bumps along the way. So I think, benchmark selection will matter a lot. But I'm now going to go on the record and say Demon is my pick for the champion. No dithering and delaying here. No equivocating. Matt, please, right now, right here, before the stages are even announced, pick your favorite for not who you want to win, but who you actually think will win.
I'm gonna have to join you with Demon, to be completely honest. My logic is, like you said, Sens had rough sessions both times. Black Dot and Demon both showed massive improvements from sessions 1 to sessions 2 and didn't have the same issues. So as far as reliability goes, you got to give it to them, and as far as improvement goes, you got to give it to them. Sens just had a massive show up, but I guarantee you a lot of that was settings he already had saved. So they're obviously good settings. He's obviously a talented bencher, 2-time world champion, can't sleep on him. But Black Dot and Demon both showed massive improvements. Demon only, 4 points behind Sens in the qualifiers. I think he's got a real shot.
Yeah, and D is right to point out that Demon actually had the score to move into first. He just wasn't able to save it. As much, like, I can't sort of fault Black Dot's performance, but I don't feel like I've seen enough to pick him as my favorite. I already gave my reasons why I'm not picking Sens. So kind of by default it's Demon, but he's had a pretty flawless performance. I mean, and I feel like there's something left in the tank too. You know, it's, the fact that he tore down before the end of the session. It's almost like he was pacing himself. You know, the earlier you tear down, the earlier you can prepare for the final.
Yeah, I would say I think a lot of that was frustration, but he also, uh, I think it was I know when to quit. Like, I'm not improving. I may have gotten the score, but I can't even save it. I'm not going to waste more time on this. Demon and Black Dot both managed their time well, as did Sens. So I think Demon he's in the right headspace to win. And I do think the tenacious nature in which he went after that 7-zip score also shows that he's got the right mindset to win.
Yeah. It's gonna be a protracted process picking bench, so I think we'll just have to, um, discuss that in the morning or throw it into the Discord once available. I think, considering the venue shut off the power in 25 minutes time, I think it's probably best we call it quit at this point. It's been a long day, but the afternoon session certainly delivered. The morning session more in sort of drama, in a drama sense, but the afternoon session had amazing benching within it, and some pretty boneheaded decisions, I have to say.
It certainly had its suspense, but yeah, I'm okay with us calling it for the night because I am utterly exhausted. So,
All right, well,
I
have a
need
good
to
sleep.
get some sleep.
Thanks everyone for watching, and we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And just as a gentle reminder, in case anyone is tempted to set an alarm clock for the afternoon session, there will not be an afternoon session because there's only one session tomorrow, which is the final. All right.
Have a good